Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Alicia. The morning light in my studio is the color of weak tea, but it's enough. It filters through the tall, mullioned windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air like tiny, chaotic fairies. The whole place smells like my version of peace. Turpentine, freshly brewed coffee, and the sharp, clean scent of the pine boughs I've draped over every available surface. It's a happy mess. A life lived in vibrant color. My life. The one I built with my own two hands. My son Gabriel is the quiet, steady center of my chaos. He's 7, but his soul is at least 40. He sits at the small table I cleared for him, amidst the clutter of canvases and clay pots, his brow furrowed in concentration. He has my artistic spirit, but his execution is all sharp lines and unnerving precision, an analytical side that is a mystery to me. Right now, he's not just drawing a castle, he's drafting it. A blueprint, complete with labels for load-bearing marshmallow walls and a graham cracker buttress. It needs a strategic exit for the gingerbread man, Mom, he says, his voice serious, in case of a siege. Obviously. Sieges are terrible for morale. I stir a glob of cadmium yellow into a pool of white on my palette, the color transforming into a perfect, buttery sunrise. A low, off-key hum escapes my lips. A nonsense tune that's my brain's version of a screensaver when I'm concentrating. My current project is a huge canvas, a commission for the town library, a swirling, abstract vision of mistletoe meadows under a blanket of snow. I want it to feel like the moment you step out into the first snowfall of the year, when the world goes quiet and soft. Gabriel taps his pencil against the paper. Did my dad like to build things? The sunrise on my palette curdles. My breath hitches for a split second, a snag in the otherwise smooth fabric of our morning. I've learned to paint over these moments, to apply a quick, deft layer of maternal calm over the fissure of pain that cracks open inside me. I bet he did, sweetie, I say, voice a shade too bright. I don't turn from the canvas. He doesn't need to see the practiced smile I've plastered on my face. I bet he was the best builder in the whole world. It's the story we've settled on. A brave adventurer, a builder of far-off wonders, a man too busy creating magic elsewhere to be here with us. It's a kinder fiction than the truth. A boy with intense slate-gray eyes who built a home in my heart over one secret tech-free winter, and then vanished without a trace, leaving behind nothing but a shattered heart and the greatest gift I could imagine. When he comes back from his adventure, we can show him my blueprints, Gabriel says, satisfied with my answer. He goes back to his drawing, the crisis averted. My shoulders slump in relief. The lie tastes like ash in my mouth, but it's a necessary poison. I tuck a stray, paint-flecked lock behind my ear with the back of my wrist, a force of habit from years of keeping my hands messy and my hair out of the way. My heart does a painful two-step against my ribs, one beat for the ache of the lie and one for the fierce primal love for the boy it protects. The jingle of the bell over my studio door saves me from my own thoughts. Kizzy blows in on a gust of frigid December air, her cheeks pink from the cold and 2 steaming cups in her hands. She's a whirlwind of energy, the fiery journalist to my free spirit, and the only person who knows the full, unvarnished truth of the last 8 years. Caffeinated sustenance for the town's greatest artist and her brilliant apprentice, she announces, setting a cup next to my palate and handing a hot chocolate to Gabriel, who gives her a rare, dazzling smile. Thanks, Aunt Kizzy. I'm designing a fortress. As you should. A woman's best defense is a well-designed fortress, and a journalist friend with no scruples, she winks at me, then sheds her coat, revealing a bright red sweater with clause and effect, written in glittery letters. Okay, so. You are not going to believe the gossip I just picked up from Mayor Henderson. I take a sip of the peppermint mocha. It's a warm, sweet balm against the lingering bitterness of my conversation with Gabriel. Let me guess. Old Man Hemlock is complaining about the Christmas Carol selection in the town square again? Worse. Better? I don't know. It's huge. Kizzy leans against my work table, her eyes wide with excitement. Mistletoe Meadows is finally getting its new Christmas market. The one we've been trying to fundraise for since forever. And the council found a donor. A big one. Some hotshot architect who's going to design the whole thing, pro bono. My hand pauses midair, the brush loaded with yellow. A strange, cold dread coils in my stomach. An architect? Not just any architect. Kizzy is practically vibrating. A hometown hero. Can you believe it? He grew up here, left for the big city, and now he's some world-famous building genius. Mayor Henderson is over the moon, thinks it'll put Mistletoe Meadows on the map. I force a laugh, the sound thin and brittle. Wow, good for him. Anyone we know? The name. I can feel it coming. It's a tidal wave, miles away, but I can feel the water being pulled back from the shore of my carefully constructed piece. Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. Kizzy beams, taking a dramatic gulp of her coffee before delivering the headline. You'll remember him? Tall, broody, always sketching on his textbooks instead of paying attention in class. He was a couple of years ahead of us. Beckett Hawthorne. Beckett. The name doesn't echo in the room. It detonates. The world narrows to a pinprick of light. The cheerful scent of pine and paint evaporates, replaced by the phantom smell of wood smoke from a cabin fireplace 8 years ago. The sound of Kizzy's voice, of Gabriel humming to himself, of the Christmas carol on the radio. It all fades into a dull, distant roar. All I can hear is the frantic, terrified thrum of my own blood in my ears. My fingers go slack. The paintbrush, loaded with the color of a perfect, hopeful sunrise, slips from my grasp. It hits the wooden floor with a sharp clatter, a sound as final as a slamming door. A single, perfect drop of yellow splashes onto the toe of my boot. A sunburst in the wreckage. What is it? What's wrong? What happened? Kizzy's voice cuts through my thoughts, and I stare, wide-eyed at my best friend. Should I tell her?
Chapter 2. Beckett. The fenestration is lazy. The words are flat, devoid of heat. I don't raise my voice. I don't need to. The resulting silence that follows is condemnation enough. Young Caldwell, a junior architect with a master's degree that isn't worth the paper it's printed on, visibly flinches. We're standing in my office, a minimalist cage of floor-to-ceiling glass suspended 50 stories above the city. The only color in the room comes from the endless grid of lights below, and a single, severe-looking orchid on my desk. Everything else is chrome, black leather, and sharp angles. It's a space engineered for control. My space. I tap the blueprint spread across my desk. It's a design for a new contemporary art museum. Caldwell's design. You've defaulted to a standard curtain wall. It's a solution, yes. The same way a cardboard box is a solution for shelter. It lacks vision. It ignores the way the light moves across the site at dusk. It's a failure of imagination. I pick up a ridiculously expensive fountain pen, a gift from a client who understood that I appreciate function over sentiment. and the cap clicks off with surgical precision. The pen hovers over the blueprint. This is how I process the world, by deconstructing it and rebuilding it better. Stronger, more logical. My pen becomes a scalpel, dissecting the flawed design with quick, ruthless strokes. A new line here, a reconfigured angle there. The building needs to breathe, I mutter, more to myself than to him. The interplay of light and shadow is a structural component, not a decorative afterthought. Caldwell just stands there, a statue of defeated ambition. I can feel his awe and his resentment. I don't care. Resentment doesn't build empires. Precision does. My intercom buzzes, a soft, unobtrusive chime. "Mr. Hawthorne," my assistant's voice says, cool and efficient as the office itself. "Mayor Henderson from Mistletoe Meadows is on line 2 for you." Mistletoe Meadows. The name is a stone skipping across the placid surface of my day, disrupting the perfect concentric rings of my control. A muscle in my jaw tightens. I haven't heard the name of that town spoken aloud in this office. Ever. I've built a fortress of steel and success to keep that part of my past where it belongs. Buried. Tell him I'm in a meeting. He says it's about the Hawthorne grant, sir. For the town square. The grant. A piece of obligatory charity my firm's CFO insisted on. A tax write-off disguised as hometown benevolence. I'd signed the papers without reading them, eager to outsource the connection to my past to the accounting department. Fine. I wave a dismissive hand at Caldwell. Fix it. And bring it back when it inspires something other than disappointment. He practically flees the room as I press the button for line 2. Beckett Hawthorne. "Beckett!" "Son, is that really you?" The voice on the other end is offensively folksy, a blast of folksy small-town warmth that feels like a thermal shock against the cold glass of my office. "It's Bill Henderson. You might not remember me." "I remember you, Mayor." My own voice is clipped, controlled. I stare out at the sprawling city, a monument to logic and ambition. My city. "That's great, just great. Listen, son, I know you're a busy man building all those incredible things out there, but we've got a proposition for you." I let him talk, my mind drifting. Mistletoe Meadows, a place I clawed my way out of. A town content with its own quaint mediocrity, a place where ambition went to die. I ran from it the first chance I got and never looked back. That was the design, the blueprint for my life. Escape, build, succeed, never ever look back. But there's a flaw in the design, one variable I've never been able to solve for, a messy, colorful, chaotic period of a few weeks that defies all logic. A whirlwind winter romance that was supposed to be a secret, a diversion. It was tech-free, anonymous, and it was the only time in my goddamn life I ever lost control. She was all vibrant energy and paint-splattered overalls, with a laugh that cut through my analytical thoughts like a vandal's spray paint on a pristine marble wall. She was a beautiful, illogical chaos. And when it was over, when I had to leave, I did the only thing that made sense. I wrote her a letter, laid out the plans, and asked her to come with me. The silence that followed was the coldest, most brutal rejection of my life. A rejection that poured the concrete foundation for the man I am today. It hardened my heart, fueled a relentless drive to prove that I didn't need her, that I didn't need anyone. "So we were hoping you'd consider designing it yourself," the mayor finishes, his voice pulling me back to the present. "A real hometown hero coming back to build our future." I almost laugh. Hero? I'm no one's hero. "Mayor, I appreciate the offer, but my schedule is... It would mean a lot to the town, Beck. To show the kids here that you can come from Mistletoe Meadows and still build the whole damn world." The words snag on something inside me. A strange, unwelcome sense of obligation. It's an inefficient, illogical emotion. I should say no. I have to say no. "I'll have my office look over the preliminary details," is what comes out of my mouth instead. I end the call and stand, a restless energy thrumming through me. I walk to the window, placing a hand against the cool, unyielding glass. My reflection stares back, a man in a ridiculously expensive suit who looks like he has all the answers. A liar. Trouble in paradise? I don't turn. I don't have to. Isabel Vance's voice is like the rest of her, sharp, sophisticated, and designed to command attention. She's my business partner, the other half of Hawthorne and Vance, and the closest thing I've had to a relationship in the 8 years since I left that town. She glides into the room, a vision in charcoal gray, her heels clicking softly on the polished concrete floor. Just a ghost from a past life. Mistletoe Meadows, she says. And it's a statement, not a question. She misses nothing. Don't tell me you're actually considering that sentimental nonsense, Beck. You're in the running for the Pritzker Prize, and you're going to go design a gazebo for a bunch of carolers? Her logic is flawless. It's the same logic I've used to build my entire career. It's a pro bono project, good for the firm's image. She places a perfectly manicured hand on my arm. Her touch is cool, controlled. Our image is just fine. Let a junior associate handle it. You have an empire to run, the one we built. Don't let some small-town sentimentality derail you. She's right. Every analytical cell in my brain is screaming that she's right. But the word echoes in my head. Sentimentality. That's not what this is. This is an itch, an old wound that has suddenly started to ache. An unsolved equation. I'm going, I say, the decision solidifying even as it makes no goddamn sense. I'll go for the initial consultation. A few days, that's it. Isabel's mask of pleasantry slips for a fraction of a second, revealing a flash of possessive frustration. She recovers quickly. Fine. But don't get bogged down in whatever quaint, dysfunctional drama you ran away from in the first place. She leaves, her perfume, something expensive and sterile, lingering in the air. I turn back to the window. Down below, the city is a masterpiece of order, a beautiful, logical grid of light and steel. My world. I pull up a picture of the Mistletoe Meadows town square on my monitor. A gazebo, just like she said. A clock tower. A smattering of historic-looking storefronts. It's inefficient. It's nostalgic. It's everything my work stands against. A profound sense of dislocation washes over me. The dissonance between the man I am now and the boy who walked that square, creating a structural stress I can feel in my bones. I turn away from the screen, back to the vast empty view from my window. The air in my lungs feels tight. My breath fogs a small circle on the cold glass. Without thinking, my finger rises to the condensation. I'm not sketching a building. I'm not drawing a clean, perfect line. My thumb traces a curve, a soft jawline, the chaotic suggestion of hair that could never be tamed, the outline of a woman's face, the past, the one flaw in my perfect design.
Chapter 3. Alicia. Getting ready for this town hall meeting feels less like dressing for a civic event and more like prepping a canvas for a war. In the reflection of my bedroom mirror, I see a woman who looks like a half-finished painting. The base layer is there. Strong posture, determined chin, but the final details are all wrong. The expression is a mess of mismatched colors, streaks of raw panic bleeding through a thin wash of defiance. I'm painting on a brave face over a canvas of sheer panic. My hands are unsteady as I pull on my favorite pair of overalls, the denim softened from 1,000 washes and bearing a permanent abstract pattern of paint splatters. A splotch of sky blue on the thigh from Gabriel's Galaxy project, a smear of burnt sienna on the pocket from my last commission. This is my armor. It's a declaration. This is who I am now. A mother, an artist. You don't get to undo me. It feels like a lie. A frantic, discordant hum buzzes in my throat as I braid a few of my locks with colorful thread. It's a nervous habit, one that usually soothes me. Tonight, It just adds another layer of noise to the screaming silence in my head. The jingle of the front door is followed by Kizzy's voice yelling, "The cavalry is here," and she brought emotional support snark. I find her in the kitchen, already pouring herself a mug of my coffee. She's wearing a ridiculous festive headband with bobbing reindeer antlers. It's so perfectly Kizzy that a real, genuine smile breaks through my carefully applied facade. "Ready to face the ghost of Christmas past?" she asks, her eyes softening as she takes in my appearance. "Is anyone ever ready for an exorcism?" I mutter, leaning against the counter. "You've got this." She fixes me with a look of fierce loyalty. "Just give me the signal, and I'll create a diversion." I've still got that air horn from the high school football championships, and my phone is fully charged. I will live blog his downfall if he's even a fraction of a jerk. Hometown hero or heartless hotshot? The headline writes itself. I wrap my arms around her, burying my face in her shoulder for a second. "Thank you for being my designated agent." "Always." She squeezes me tight. "Now, let's go." Time to see if the big shot architect remembers how to walk on small-town soil without tripping over his own ego. The Mistletoe Meadows. Town Hall smells exactly the way it has for the last 100 years. Old wood, stale coffee, and the faint lingering scent of civic duty. The squeak of metal folding chairs on the linoleum floor is a familiar soundtrack to my anxiety. The room is buzzing with the usual pre-meeting chatter, a comfortable murmur of neighbors and friends. It's a space that has always felt like a warm hug. Tonight, it feels like an ambush site. "We should sit up front," Kizzy whispers, already scanning the room for the best vantage point for her journalistic endeavors. "Nope." I grab her arm and steer her toward the back, finding 2 empty seats behind a thick wooden pillar. I'm aiming for invisibility. My goal is to be one with the floral patterned curtains. She rolls her eyes but follows me. "You can't hide from him forever, Allie." "Watch me." I sink into the chair, my body coiled tight. My artist's eye, usually a source of joy, is now a traitor. It picks out every detail with painful clarity, the way the fluorescent lights hum overhead, casting a sickly pale light on the room. The determined cheerfulness of the tinsel garlands drooping over the windows. The expectant faces of my neighbors, all turned toward the entrance, waiting for him. Every time the heavy oak doors swing open, my breath seizes in my chest. It's Mrs. Gable from the bakery. Then it's the Miller twins, chasing each other around the legs of the chairs. Then it's Mayor Henderson, looking proud and flustered, but it's not him. Not yet. The minutes stretch, each one a thin, taut wire of suspense. I can feel a dull ache starting behind my eyes. This is what it feels like to wait for a ghost. And then, he walks in. The low hum of conversation in the room doesn't just quiet. It shifts its chemical composition. It's a collective intake of breath, a ripple of awe and curiosity. He's flanked by the mayor, but he's the one who owns the space. The boy I remember is gone. The lanky, restless teenager in a worn flannel shirt and faded jeans has been completely stripped away, leaving this man in his place. He's a stranger sculpted from the same marble. The restless energy is still there, but it's no longer chaotic. It's been compressed into a dense, gravitational core of confidence. He wears a dark cashmere sweater that drapes over shoulders that are broader than I remember, and expensive-looking boots that seem to suck the light from the scuffed floor. His hair is shorter, ruthlessly styled. He is handsome in a way that hurts to look at, polished to a high sheen, every edge sharpened. He's a masterpiece of architecture, all clean lines, undeniable strength, and cold, beautiful surfaces. He scans the room, his expression controlled and analytical, as if he's assessing its structural integrity. And then his gaze lands on me. Across the crowded room, our eyes meet. For a single shattering second, the town hall disappears. The noise, the lights, the people, It all dissolves into a blurry, out-of-focus background. It's just him, and in his eyes, his intense, familiar slate gray eyes, I see the boy who knew my every secret, who kissed me in a snowstorm, who made me believe in forever during one impossible winter. My heart does a stupid, traitorous lurch, a pang of yearning for a past that's dead and buried. The moment stretches, a lifetime of unspoken words hanging in the space between us. I'm not breathing. I can't. Suddenly, he breaks the connection. He gives me a nod. It's small, polite, the kind of professional acknowledgement you give to a vaguely familiar face you can't quite place. There is no shock, no flicker of deep recognition, no hint of a shared history that ripped my world apart and created a new one in its place. It's a nod for a stranger. He turns his attention back to the mayor, dismissing me as easily as he would an unremarkable detail in a blueprint. The air rushes back into my lungs, cold and sharp. The casual dismissal, the utter lack of recognition, is a quiet, brutal kind of violence. It's a fresh wound laid over an old scar, deeper and more painful than the original. He didn't just leave me 8 years ago. He erased me.
Chapter 4. Beckett. The Mistletoe Meadows Town Hall is a structural liability. That's my first thought as I stand at the podium, clicking through the slides of my presentation. My voice is steady, my words precise, outlining the clean, minimalist lines of the Christmas market I've designed. I speak of sight lines, traffic flow, and sustainable materials. I'm a man in complete control, selling a vision of elegant, modern efficiency to a room full of people in hand-knit sweaters. My analytical mind, however, is running a disruptive parallel program. It's cataloging the flaws in the room around me. The water stain on the acoustic ceiling tiles, shaped vaguely like the state of Florida. The inefficient single-pane windows that are bleeding heat into the December air. The entire place smells of old wood, dust, and the cloying sweetness of cinnamon from a nearby pot of cider. It's the scent of nostalgia, and it's setting my teeth on edge. A disorienting sense of déjà vu prickles at the back of my neck, an illogical phantom sensation I can't shake. I'm in the middle of explaining the cantilevered roof design when my gaze sweeps the audience and snags her, the woman from the back row, the one with the paint-splattered overalls. She's not looking at me now. Her head is bowed as she whispers something to the fiery redhead beside her. But the brief, loaded eye contact from before the meeting is still a static charge in the air. I can't place her. My mind, usually a ruthlessly efficient filing system, comes up with nothing. No name, no context. And yet, something about her presence creates a fundamental imbalance in the room, a beautiful, chaotic variable in my carefully constructed equation. I force my attention back to the presentation, but the disruption is complete. My awareness is now tethered to her. I'm acutely conscious of the way she shifts in her seat, the way a stray lock brushes her cheek. She looks up, and my train of thought derails. From this distance, my architect's eye deconstructs her. She's a composition of compelling contrasts. Her skin is a rich, warm brown, the color of polished mahogany, and it seems to absorb the room's harsh fluorescent light and reflect it back as something softer. Her overalls are a defiant splash of chaos against the room's drab neutrality, a testament to a life lived with color and texture. But it's her face that holds me captive. 8 years ago, in the fragmented, dreamlike memories I've tried so hard to bury, there was a girl with a softer, rounder face, full of a wild, untamed energy. This is a woman. The softness has been replaced by an elegant definition in her jaw and cheekbones, a strength that wasn't there before. There's a fullness to her lips, a settled confidence in her posture. She's more grounded, more complete, and her hair, a crown of intricate locks, some woven with threads of deep cobalt and emerald, a complex and beautiful structure that defies any simple pattern. It's not the hair I remember, but the memory itself, a half-rendered sketch. All I know for sure is that the sight of her makes the air in my lungs feel insufficient. It's a physiological response my brain can't categorize or dismiss. The meeting ends in a smattering of polite applause. Instantly, I'm surrounded. Mayor Henderson claps me on the back, his face beaming. A woman from the Historical Society wants to discuss the preservation of a lamppost. I nod, I listen, I project an aura of professional engagement. But my entire focus is on the woman in the overalls. She's standing up, pulling on a coat, getting ready to leave. Don't let her leave. If you'll excuse me, Mayor, I say, my voice tighter than I intend. I start to move toward her, a direct, calculated path through the crowd. But she's surrounded by a protective phalanx of friends. The redhead is at her side, glaring at me as if she knows I'm a threat. They absorb her into their group and move toward the side exit. I see her glance back over her shoulder, her brown eyes wide and haunted for a split second, before she disappears through the door. And just like that, she's gone. A sharp, unfamiliar frustration cuts through me. It's irrational. I don't know her, but I feel the loss of the opportunity like a physical ache. A real home run, son, Mayor Henderson is saying, oblivious to the war I'm fighting with myself. The town is buzzing. Of course, the next step is connecting you with our community liaison. She'll be your main point of contact for the project's aesthetic and community integration. I'm barely listening, my mind replaying the image of her face. Right. Your liaison. She's the head of our arts council, the mayor continues, his voice full of pride. Incredibly talented. She has a real heart for this town, for its history and its soul. She'll keep your modern vision grounded in the Mistletoe Meadows spirit. I nod, making a mental note to have my assistant schedule the call. All I want is to get out of this room, away from the cloying scent of cinnamon and the ghost of a feeling I can't name. The mayor puts a hand on my shoulder, his expression earnest. You two will do great things together, Beck. I have no doubt. I'll give her your number right now. He pulls out his phone, his thumb tapping the screen. Alicia Jones is going to be a huge asset. Alicia. Allie. The name is a key turning in a lock that has been rusted shut for 8 years. The polite professional walls I've built around that part of my past don't just crack. They are instantly, violently demolished. Alicia Jones. The woman with the unforgettable eyes, the girl with the paint-stained hands, and the laugh that I can still hear in my quietest moments. The chaotic, beautiful variable. The phantom in my machine. The rejection that built my empire. It's her. She was here. And the carefully designed world I've constructed on the foundation of her silence suddenly feels as if it's about to collapse.
Chapter 5. Alicia. Normalcy. I'm chasing the concept like a watercolor painter trying to capture a sunbeam. It's fleeting, transparent, and impossible to hold. But for Gabriel, I have to try. So here we are, in the very center of the Mistletoe Meadows town square, surrounded by the determined cheer of a town that runs on Christmas spirit. We're setting up his hot chocolate stand next to the gazebo, its roof heavy with a picture-perfect blanket of snow. The air smells of roasted chestnuts from a nearby vendor and the clean, cold scent of impending twilight. Gabriel meticulously arranges his cups, his small hands surprisingly steady. He's the anchor in my storm-tossed sea of panic. My entire universe. His sign, which he worked on for a solid week, is a masterpiece of 7-year-old ambition. Gabriel's Galaxy-class hot chocolate, it proclaims in bold, wobbly letters, surrounded by carefully drawn planets and silver glitter stars. My contribution was the weatherproofing lacquer. The rest was all him. The marshmallows are the asteroids, Mom, he explains for the 10th time, pointing to the jar. They are delicious but potentially hazardous to incoming vessels. Of course they are. A brilliant design feature. I manage a smile that feels like a poorly sketched forgery. Ever since the town hall meeting, My insides have been a chaotic palette of muddy, anxious grays. I see him everywhere. In the reflection of a shop window, in the silhouette of a man walking down the street. The ghost of Beckett Hawthorne haunts every corner of the town he so carelessly abandoned. This square, the very site of his new project, feels like the most dangerous place on earth. And then I see him. It's not a phantom. It's not a mirage. It's him. He's standing by the old clock tower with Mayor Henderson, holding a sleek black tablet and pointing toward the roof of the library. He's wearing a dark, tailored pea coat that probably cost more than my car. His shoulders broad against the falling snow. He looks like a wolf who has wandered into a snow globe, powerful, dangerous, and utterly out of place. My blood runs cold. The cozy, festive scene around me dissolves. The cheerful sound of carolers fades into a dull roar. There is only one thought, a primal roaring fire in my gut. Run. Okay, sweetie, I say, my voice high and tight. I start grabbing our supplies, my movements jerky and frantic. I think it's getting a little too cold. Let's pack it up. Gabriel looks at me, his brow furrowed in confusion. But we just got here. And the building man is here. His eyes are wide with excitement. He's been talking about the famous architect for days, ever since Kizzy's bombshell. He clutches a rolled-up piece of paper in his mittened hand, his latest blueprint. My heart seizes. Honey, he's busy. We can't bother him. He's not busy. He's looking at buildings. I have to show him my design for a drawbridge on the bakery. It's for emergency cookie transport. He plants his feet, his small body, a bastion of stubborn determination. The same stubborn set of his jaw I've seen in my own reflection. And, a long time ago, in another's. I'm trapped, pinned in place by my son's beautiful, brilliant, curious mind, the one he got from his father. The irony of it is knocking the breath from my lungs. Beck starts moving. He's walking across the square, his long strides eating up the distance between us. Each step he takes is a beat of a funeral drum, counting down the final seconds of the life I've so carefully built. He's not looking at us. Not yet. He's talking to the mayor, his expression intense and focused. But his path is bringing him directly toward Gabriel's stand. My body is a statue of pure, unadulterated terror. Please just keep walking. Please don't stop. I'm bargaining with a fate that has already sharpened its knives. I want to grab Gabriel, throw him over my shoulder and run until my lungs give out. But I can't. I can't make a scene. I can't let my panic become his fear. So I stand here, frozen, my smile a cracking, painted-on death mask. He's here. He stops in front of the stand, his shadow falling over us. He's even bigger up close, a mountain of dark wool and chilling competence. He gives the mayor a final nod before turning his attention to the stand. A flicker of something, amusement, curiosity, in his eyes. His gaze sweeps over the hand-painted sign. That's a hell of a sign you've got there, he says in a gravelly rumble that vibrates through the soles of my boots. It's deeper than I remember, rougher. 8 years of giving orders in boardrooms has shaped it into a weapon. He crouches down slightly to get a better look. Love the font. My breath is a stone in my throat. He's talking to his son. He's complimenting his son, and he has no idea. Gabriel beams, his chest puffing out with pride. He is completely immune to the apocalyptic tension radiating from my pores. Thanks, I designed it myself. He looks up at Beck to give him the full force of his triumphant gap-toothed smile. And the world stops. I watch it happen on Beck's face. It's like watching a building get demolished in slow motion. The polite professional mask he wears doesn't just crack, it shatters. The analytical light in his eyes goes out, replaced by a blank, stunned confusion. His gaze is locked on Gabriel's face, specifically on his eyes. My son's eyes. His eyes. The slate gray, stormy, unforgettable eyes that are a perfect, impossible copy of the one staring down at him. The color drains from Beck's face. His lips part slightly, but no sound comes out. The sleek tablet he's holding slips in his grasp, his knuckles white as he grips it to keep it from falling. The entire powerful structure of the man seems to go utterly still, a statue of dawning, horrified comprehension. Time restarts. Slowly, as if moving through water, Beck raises his head. His gaze moves from Gabriel's face to mine. The confusion in his eyes is gone, burned away by a terrible, blazing certainty. The air crackles, thick with 8 years of silence, of secrets, of a life that was stolen from him. He doesn't speak. I don't think he can. His face is a horrified mask of devastation. His lips form a single silent word, a question, a number, a calculation that has just irrevocably changed the rest of our lives. 7.
Chapter 6. Beckett. The world doesn't tilt on its axis. It fractures. It splinters into a million pieces of before and a single, searing, impossible moment of after. In the space between heartbeats, my entire reality is deconstructed. The man I am, the empire I've built, the cold, hard certainty of my past, it all becomes dust. My mind, an engine of logic that finds solace in blueprints and structural analysis, tries to fight it. It scrambles for an alternative theory, a different data set. Coincidence, genetic anomaly, a statistical improbability. It's a useless effort. I'm staring at an undeniable, living, breathing proof. I deconstruct the boy's face, my gaze a frantic, analytical sweep. The eyes are the epicenter of the earthquake, a perfect, slate-gray copy of my own. But it's more than that. It's the stubborn cowlick at his hairline, identical to the one I've spent a lifetime trying to tame with expensive product. It's the determined set of his small chin, a mirror of my father's in old photographs. It is a genetic blueprint, signed and sealed. The math is as simple as it is devastating. 8 years ago, a 7-year-old boy, the festive sounds of the town square, which had been a dull, annoying buzz, swell into a deafening cacophony. The cheerful notes of a Christmas carol from a nearby speaker are a grating, mocking taunt. The smell of roasted chestnuts is thick and cloying, coating the back of my throat. The twinkling lights on the gazebo blur into blinding, painful starbursts. My system is overloaded. It's a total sensory assault, and my mind does the only thing it can to protect itself. It shuts down. The world goes silent. The noise, the smells, the lights, they all recede into a distant gray fog. The only thing left in sharp, excruciating focus is the scene in front of me. Allie, her face a mask of pale terror, and the boy, my son. "Everything all right there, Beck?" Mayor Henderson asks, his voice a muffled intrusion from another universe. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I have. The ghost of a life I never knew I was supposed to have. I can't answer him. My tongue feels like a foreign object in my mouth. I watch as Allie springs into motion, her movements jerky, her energy frantic. She's a cornered animal, and I am the predator she just realized has been stalking her all along. "Okay, Gabe, that's it. We're all done here," she says. Her voice is a high, tight wire of false cheer, so strained it's about to snap. She's shoving marshmallows into a bag with trembling hands, not looking at me. She refuses to look at me. The boy, Gabriel, his name is Gabriel, looks up at her, his brow furrowed with the same analytical confusion I feel when a design is fundamentally flawed. "But Mom, I didn't get to show the building man my blueprints." It has a secret chute for the sprinkles. He holds up the rolled-up drawing, a proud, desperate offering. "It doesn't matter, sweetie." Ali's voice is sharp now, stripped of all pretense. It's the sound of pure panic. She shoves his hand-painted sign under her arm, the glittery stars catching the light. "We are leaving," Now, don't argue with me. The mayor touches my arm. That's Alicia Jones, the liaison I'm talking about. Kind, but a little firecracker. Her boy is a spark plug too. I don't respond. I can't. My entire consciousness is focused on her hands, on the way her knuckles are white where she grips a bag of paper cups. She's not just packing up. She's erasing herself. She's taking my son, and she is running. She grabs Gabriel's hand and pulls him away from the stand. Away from me. He stumbles, looking back at me over his shoulder with wide, curious eyes. My eyes. She never looks back. As they walk away, the paralysis holds me, but my mind begins to reboot, processing the new, catastrophic reality in a chaotic flood. My son. The words are no longer a question. They are a brand, a fact. Searing and permanent, a raw, possessive fire ignites in the hollow space in my chest. Mine. That boy, with my eyes and my stubborn chin, is mine. And she knew. For 7 years, for 2,555 days, she knew. She looked at his face, our face, and she never told me. The silence of the last 8 years transforms from a painful rejection into a profound, staggering betrayal. Every skyscraper, every award, every empty night in my sterile penthouse. It was all constructed on a lie. My ambition was fueled by the belief that she didn't want me. But the truth is infinitely more complex, more wounding. She didn't just not want me. She erased me. She edited me out of my own life, out of my own son's life. The thought is a physical agony, a crushing weight of all the moments I've missed. First steps, first words, birthdays, several Christmases, 7 years of bedtime stories and scraped knees and Lego towers. A lifetime I was never given the option to choose. I watched them shrink into the crowd, a woman in paint-splattered overalls and a little boy in a bright blue coat. They are a vibrant splash of color against the snow, and they are getting further and further away, disappearing. The sight of them vanishing is what finally shatters the ice encasing me. It's a primal jolt of terror that eclipses everything else. The shock, the betrayal, the loss, all of it is secondary to the abject horror of letting her disappear again. Number. The word is a silent roar in my skull, a command that finally restarts my motor functions. No. You don't get to run from me again, Allie. Not this time. My lungs, which had forgotten how to function, finally draw a ragged, burning breath of freezing air. My throat is raw. My voice, when I finally find it, is not my own. It's not the controlled, authoritative instrument I use to command boardrooms and bend steel to my will. It's a raw, desperate sound, torn from a place of pure animal panic. Ali, wait! My voice cuts through the cheerful noise of the square, raw and ragged. A few people turn, their faces masks of mild curiosity. But she doesn't. Her back remains ramrod straight. Her pace quickens, pulling the boy along with her. She melts into the crowd near the bakery, a flash of blue coat and colorful locks, and then she's gone. The silence she leaves behind is louder than the explosion that just leveled my entire world.
Chapter 7. Alicia. My studio is no longer a sanctuary. It's a crime scene. The peace of our fragile, happy life has been violently exorcised, and now I'm just waiting for the detective to show up and start asking questions I can't answer. Gabriel is safe at Kizzy's, a fact I repeat to myself like a mantra. He's safe. He's safe. I dropped him off in a blur of frantic excuses about a burst pipe, my hands shaking so hard I could barely unbuckle his car seat. Kizzy took one look at my face, her own going pale, and simply pulled us both inside. Now I'm back here, alone, pacing the paint-splattered floorboards of my studio, the organized chaos of my life now feeling like nothing more than wreckage. The familiar, comforting scent of turpentine and lavender is suffocating, a chemical burn in the back of my throat. The cheerful strings of fairy lights I draped over a stack of canvases now seem to mock me with their stupid, twinkling hope. A low, jagged hum escapes my lips, the tune unrecognizable, the sound of a mind fraying at the edges. He knows. That look on his face in the town square. It wasn't just shock, it was a demolition. I watched the world-famous architect Beckett Hawthorne get razed to the ground, and in his place was the boy I once knew, his face a mask of devastation. He knows, and he is coming. The banging on my studio door is not a knock, it's a summons. A frantic, desperate pounding that rattles the old wood in its frame. Each blow is a hammer against my ribs. My heart does a painful, frantic two-step. This is it. The confrontation I have spent 8 years meticulously avoiding. My first instinct is to hide, to turn off the lights and pretend I'm not here, to let him pound on the door until his knuckles are raw and he finally gives up. But I am not that 19-year-old girl anymore. I am a mother, I am a fortress, and the enemy is at the gate. I square my shoulders, my body a rigid line of defiance, and march to the door. I pull it open. He fills the entire frame, a storm of a man silhouetted against the swirling snow of the evening. His expensive pea coat is unbuttoned, his dark hair a mess, dusted with white flakes. The controlled, polished architect from the town hall is gone. This man's eyes are wild, burning with a desperate, frantic light. The cold night air rushes in, carrying the scent of pine and winter in him. "We need to talk," he says. His voice is a raw, ragged thing I barely recognize. "No, we don't." I try to slam the door shut, but his hand shoots out, catching it with a solid thud. His strength is effortless, absolute. "Don't, Allie." The sound of my name on his lips after all this time is a physical blow. "Don't you dare shut me out." He doesn't wait for an invitation. He pushes the door open and steps inside. His presence sucking all the air out of the room. He brings the cold, the storm, the chaos of the outside world into my carefully curated sanctuary. He walks past me, his shoulder brushing mine, a spark of heat that feels like a brand, and begins to pace my studio like a caged wolf. His frantic energy fills the space, his gaze darting everywhere, taking in the canvases, the sculptures, my life, the life I built without you. He stops, his back to me, and braces his hands on my main work table. "Is he mine?" he asks, his voice low and strained. "Just tell me the truth." A bitter, hysterical laugh bubbles up out of my chest. "The truth? You want to talk about the truth now? After 8 years of absolute silence, you show up and demand the truth?" He turns, his face a mask of raw agony. "Yes." "Fine." The anger I have suppressed for nearly a decade erupts, a volcano of vibrant, furious color. "Yes, he is your son. Congratulations, Beckett. You're a father. A father to a boy who has a hole in his heart, the shape of a man he's never met. A son who I have raised every single day and every single night by myself while you were off building your glass towers and forgetting we ever even existed." "Forgetting?" His voice cracks. "I never forgot." "Didn't you?" I advance on him, fueled by a righteous rage. "That polite, empty little nod you gave me at the town hall looked a hell of a lot like forgetting to me. What was I to you, Beck? A fun little winter project? A rustic small-town diversion before you went back to your real life? You want to know the truth? The truth is you vanished. You didn't just leave. You evaporated from my life as if you were never there. And that feels a hell of a lot like abandonment when you're 19 years old, scared and pregnant with a baby you have to figure out how to raise completely alone." The accusation hangs in the air between us, ugly and raw. It's not about a broken promise. We never made any. It was about the connection, the intensity, the feeling that what we had in that secret, tech-free bubble was more real than anything else. His silent disappearance made a mockery of that feeling. And my son, our son, is the living, breathing proof of how real it truly was. He looked shattered, the force of my fury hitting him harder than any physical blow. His own pain, his own confusion is stark on his face. Abandonment? That's not how it happened, Allie. He closes the distance between us in 2 long strides. The energy is electric, volatile, a live wire snapping in the small space. I flinch back, but there's nowhere to go. My back hits a large, half-finished canvas, the rough fabric scratching my sweater. "Don't you dare turn away from me," he growls, his voice saturated with an emotion I can't decipher. He reaches out, his hand closing around my upper arm to keep me from moving. The contact is a jolt of pure electricity, a devastating shock of familiarity after an eternity of absence. My breath catches, a sharp, painful little snag in my chest. Under my skin, a traitorous part of me registers the feeling of his touch as home. His eyes, burning with his own long-held hurt, lock onto mine. "I wrote to you, Allie," he says, voice raw with the agony of a wound I never knew he had. "I wrote you a letter, and you never answered." Got 30 minutes? Then, baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Beckett. Her skin is electric under my hand. The point of contact on her arm is a brand, a jolt of high-voltage current that shoots straight through my system. It's the first time I've touched her in 8 years, and my body remembers hers with a cellular-level certainty that defies logic. For a split second, the chaos in my mind recedes, and there's only the terrifying magnetic pull of her. The one flaw in my design, the empty space. Then her words bring the storm crashing back. "A letter?" She tries to wrench her arm from my grasp, her voice dripping with a bitter, incredulous rage. "You think a single piece of paper fixes this? You think you can write a goddamn letter and it absolves you of 8 years of silence?" "It wasn't just a letter, Allie." The words are torn from my throat, raw and desperate. I tighten my grip, not to hurt her, but to anchor myself, to force her to listen. It was everything. It was the only thing I had left. My carefully constructed composure is a pile of rubble at my feet. The cool, analytical architect is gone. I am a desperate man, frantically trying to rebuild the last 8 years of my life on a foundation of truth she refuses to see. I let her go, turning away to run a hand through my hair, the frantic energy too much to contain. I paced the small space in front of her, the scent of turpentine and her, lavender and something uniquely, unforgettably aloe, filling my lungs and making my head spin. "I sent it to your old apartment," I say, the details spilling out of me, a torrent of proof I have held onto for years. 114 Willow Creek Lane, the one above the bookstore with the leaky faucet. I put 3 goddamn stamps on the envelope because I was terrified it wouldn't get to you. I wheel back to face her. Her arms are crossed over her chest, a fortress of disbelief, but there's a flicker of confusion in her eyes. "It was a thick manila envelope," I press on, the memory as clear and sharp as a blueprint. "Because I put the application inside for the Fine Arts program at Northwood University. It was 20 minutes from my new campus. I'd already looked it up. I highlighted the deadline for you. I can see her mind working, trying to process the specifics, trying to find the lie. I told you about the messy basement apartment I'd found. My voice cracks. The memory of my own youthful, desperate hope a fresh wound. I told you how it had this one big, north-facing window and all I could think about was you setting up an easel in front of it. I drew you a map, Allie. A stupid, hand-drawn map of how to get to the apartment from the bus station with a note that said, "Home is this way." The studio is suffocatingly quiet. The only sound is my own ragged breathing and the muffled, peaceful fall of snow outside the windows, a serene backdrop to the utter devastation happening within these four walls. I told you I loved you, I finish, the words a raw whisper that costs me everything. I poured my entire future onto those pages, packed it into an envelope, and sent it to you. And you never answered. You never came. I watch her face, waiting for the flicker of recognition, for the dam of her anger to break. Instead, she just shakes her head, a slow, deliberate motion. No, she says, her voice flat with a conviction that chills me to the bone. You're lying. I never got a letter. How can you say that? The frustration is a wild thing clawing its way up my throat. I sent it. I checked the tracking. It said it was delivered. Then you're mistaken, she shoots back, her own voice rising, her anger reignited by my insistence. Or you're making it up now to try and excuse what you did. I was there, Beckett. I was in that apartment, waiting. I checked the mail every single goddamn day for months, until the landlady started looking at me with pity in her eyes. There was no letter. There was nothing. Why would I lie? I yell, taking a step toward her, my hands clenched at my sides. Why the hell would I go to all that trouble? Find the school, fill out half the application, draw a stupid map? Just to ghost you? It makes no sense. None of it made sense, she screams, tears of pure molten rage finally spilling down her cheeks. You made me feel like I was the center of your universe, and then you vanished from the face of the earth. The only thing that makes sense is that it was all a lie. We're standing inches apart, chests heaving, trapped in a furious, heartbreaking stalemate. Both of us clinging to our own version of the truth, the one that has shaped our lives, our pain. But as I stare into her eyes, into the absolute, unwavering certainty of her devastation, the foundation of my own anger begins to crumble. For 8 years, my narrative has been simple. She didn't love me enough. She got my letter and chose to stay, to let me go. Her silence was a rejection. But the woman in front of me, her beautiful face streaked with tears of rage and a pain that mirrors my own. She's not lying. The realization hits me, not as a thought, but as a slow, creeping cold that starts in my gut and spreads through my entire body. She's not lying, and I know I am not lying. The anger in the room doesn't just deflate. It evaporates, sucked out into a sudden, terrifying vacuum. We're left staring at each other, two enemies who have just discovered they've been fighting on the same side all along. The air goes still. The frantic energy vanishes, replaced by the heavy, crushing weight of a new, shared reality. A simple, tragic, stupid misunderstanding. A lost piece of mail. An entire life together, a future, our son. All of it lost in transit. I look around her studio, at the vibrant, chaotic, beautiful life she built from the ashes of our ending. And for the very first time, I don't see the life she chose over me. I see the life she was forced to build because of a random, meaningless accident. The weight of what we lost, of what was stolen from us by nothing more than cruel chance, is unbearable. I watch as her strength finally gives out. The rigid line of her spine softens. Her hands, which had been clenched into fists, fall limp at her sides. She stumbles back a step, then another, until the back of her legs hit a wooden stool. She sinks onto it, her body looking impossibly small in the sudden, vast emptiness of the room. She looks at me, her eyes wide with the dawning horror of it all. Her whisper is a fragile, broken thing that shatters what's left of my heart. All this time. She breathes, a single tear tracing a path through a smear of paint on her cheek. I thought you just threw us away. U.S. The word lingers in the air, the final devastating proof of the life I never knew I had.
Chapter 9. Alicia. The words linger in the air of my studio, a ghost of a ghost. I thought you just threw us away. The quiet that follows is heavier than the anger that came before it. The rage was a fire, hot and vibrant, something I could use as fuel. This is a vast, hollow emptiness, a crater left behind by an explosion, still smoking with the loss of a life we were supposed to have. I stare at Beckett, and at last, I don't see the man who left. I don't see the polished, famous architect. I see a fellow survivor of the same shipwreck, washed up on the same lonely shore, just as battered and broken as I am. The hard, controlled lines of his face have collapsed, leaving behind a man who looks utterly gutted. The anger is gone, all of it. And in its place, a grief so profound it threatens to swallow me whole. A grief for the 19-year-old girl who checked the mail every day, for the 23-year-old boy who poured his heart into a letter that never arrived. For us. He moves, taking a single hesitant step forward. "Allie," he says, voice thick and rough. "I am so sorry. I should have done more. I should have called. I should have driven back. I should have done anything but accept the silence." He stops, running a hand over his face. When he looks at me again, the raw self-recrimination in his eyes is startling. But I was 23 and an arrogant bastard. In my pride, it was a fatal flaw in my design. When I didn't hear from you, I let myself believe you didn't want the future I was offering. It was easier to bury myself in work, to get angry, than to face the fact that I wasn't wanted. His confession is a fragile bridge across the chasm between us, and I know I have to meet him halfway. "I was a coward too," I whisper, the admission tasting like rust in my mouth. My gaze falls to a small framed drawing on my desk, Gabriel's first self-portrait, a beautiful, chaotic swirl of color with two startlingly gray eyes. Kizzy, my friend, she told me I should try to find you even not knowing who was the mystery father, 100 times. But I was so sure you left on purpose. The thought of tracking you down, of hearing you confirm that I was just a footnote. I couldn't face it. It was easier to hate a ghost than to be rejected by a real man. We stand in the quiet wreckage of our shared past, the truth a harsh, unflattering light exposing us both. It isn't forgiveness. It's not absolution. It's just a mutual understanding. A shared accountability for 8 years of pain. His gaze follows mine to Gabriel's drawing. The shift in the room is palpable. The past is a ruin we can't rebuild. But the future is asleep in a warm bed at Kizzy's house, and he is the new, terrifying variable in our equation. Beck takes a slow breath, as if steeling himself. He looks back at me, and his eyes are filled with a desperate, pleading hope that terrifies me more than his anger ever did. "Can I meet him?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. "Properly? As his..." He can't say the word. It gets caught in his throat. "Father." The word screams through my mind, and every protective instinct I have roars to life. My own broken heart is one thing. I've learned to live with its fractured pieces. But Gabriel's heart is whole. It is precious and perfect, and I will burn the entire world to the ground before I let anyone damage it. I feel the strength, the fierce competence of motherhood rise up through the grief and exhaustion. I am no longer just a wronged woman. I am a guardian. I lift my chin, my voice clear and steady when I answer. "Yes." Relief washes over his face so profoundly that he seems to stagger a little. He opens his mouth to speak, but I hold up a hand, cutting him off. But not like this, I say, my tone leaving no room for argument. Not as a wrecking ball crashing into his life. We do this my way, on my terms. Slowly, carefully. We tell him together when I decide he's ready. Until then, you are Mr. Hawthorne, the man designing the market. Your first priority is not your own pain or mine. It is his happiness and his sense of safety. That is the only thing that matters. Do you understand me, Beck? He doesn't hesitate. He just nods, his eyes shining with an emotion I can't quite decipher. Yes, whatever you say. Thank you, Allie. Just thank you. The fragile truce settles between us. It's not peace, but it's a start, a blueprint for a way forward. As if to seal the deal, to prove his commitment in a way his words alone cannot, he pulls out his phone. I watch, confused, as he navigates the screen with his thumb, his movements brisk and decisive. He puts the phone to his ear. My brow furrows. Who could he possibly be calling at this hour? I hear the tinny, automated voice of an airline customer service line through the speaker. My confusion deepens. I watch him confirm his name, his flight number, his destination. And then I hear him say the words, clear and resolute in the quiet of my studio. Yes, I'd like to cancel the reservation. He ends the call and shoves the phone back into his pocket. He looks at me, and the wild, desperate energy is gone from his eyes. In its place sits a calm, unwavering certainty that sends a tremor right through me. My flight back to the city was in 2 hours, he says, his voice even. It's canceled. He takes a step closer, his gaze holding mine. I'm not going anywhere.
Chapter 10. Beckett. I build skyscrapers. I command boardrooms. I can look at a city skyline and see not just buildings, but the complex, interwoven systems of physics, finance, and human will that allow them to exist. I'm someone who understands and controls massive, intricate structures. And I'm about to be dismantled by a 7-year-old boy. My hotel room is a sterile, beige box of temporary living. It's exactly the kind of soulless, efficient space I usually prefer. Tonight, it feels like a cage. I've been pacing the cheap, industrial-grade carpet for the last hour, a restless, caged animal. My usual confidence, the bedrock of my entire identity, has been excavated, leaving a gaping hole of raw, unprocessed terror. On the perfectly made bed sits a slim, elegant box. Inside is a set of professional gray German drawing pencils, a full spectrum of graphite weights from a featherlight 9H to a deep, rich 9B. It's the kind of gift I would have killed for when I was a kid, sketching on napkins and the back of my dad's receipts. It's also quite possibly the stupidest idea I've ever had. Is it too much? Too presumptuous? Here, kid, I just found out it exists. Have some ridiculously expensive art supplies. Or is it not enough? Should I have brought Legos? A remote control car? I don't know what 7-year-old boys like. I have no data, no precedent. I'm walking into the most important meeting of my life completely unprepared, and the lack of control is a physical nausea coiling in my gut. A strange, unfamiliar warmth spreads through my chest, a fiercely protective heat that is as disorienting as the anxiety. The thought of this small person, this piece of me walking around in the world, is a stunning, paradigm-shattering revelation. I have to get this right. I cannot fail at this. The Mistletoe Meadows Community Park is a picture postcard of small-town life. A slightly rusty swing set, a bright red slide, a gazebo with the dusting of yesterday's snow on its roof. It's a universe away from the sleek, steel and glass playgrounds I designed for the children of my wealthy clients. This place has history. It's worn and loved. I see them standing near a wooden bench, their breath plumbing in the cold December air. Allie has her hand on Gabriel's shoulder, a gesture of casual maternal possession that sends a sharp, painful pang of jealousy right through me. She is a fortress, and I am the invading army she has reluctantly agreed to allow a parley with. Gabriel is small, smaller than I imagined. He's bundled in a bright blue coat and a hand-knit hat, but he stands with a serious, straight-backed posture that seems too old for his frame. My usual long, confident strides are gone. I feel like I'm walking on unstable ground, each step a risk of catastrophic failure. My heart becomes a frantic, alien drum against my ribs. Allie's face is a carefully composed mask of neutrality, but I can see the tension in the tight line of her jaw, the protective fire in her eyes. She's watching my every move, ready to snatch her son and run at the first sign of a threat. "Gabriel," she says, her voice carefully even. "This is Mr. Hawthorne." He's the architect who is going to be designing the new Christmas market. I crouch down slightly, trying to bring myself closer to his level, an action that feels both unnatural and absolutely necessary. "It's nice to meet you, Gabriel." The boy doesn't smile. He doesn't say hello. He simply studies me. His gaze is a stunning, unnerving replica of my own. Intense, analytical, and deeply serious. I feel like I'm being assessed for structural integrity, and I am almost certain I'm failing the inspection. After a moment that stretches for an eternity, I clear my throat and hold out the slim box. My hand is not quite steady. I heard you're a designer too," I say, my voice rougher than I intend. "I thought you might be able to use these." He takes the box, his small, mittened hands surprisingly careful. He examines it for a moment, then gives me a solemn, appraising look. "Thanks." And that's it. My grand gesture, the gift I agonized over, earns a single non-committal word. I am completely out of my depth. I have no clue what to say next. Gabriel saves me. He looks from the box of pencils back to my face. "I'm working on a tower," he says, voice full of the same serious conviction I feel when I'm explaining a concept to a client. "It's mostly Legos, but the base is reinforced. It has cross-bracing for lateral stability. The technical term, spoken so precisely from his 7-year-old mouth, hits me with so much force it shakes me to my core. This is my language. This is our language. A profound, undeniable sense of connection, of a shared blueprint in our DNA, washes over me, quieting the frantic anxiety in my chest. A real, unforced smile breaks across my face. "Lateral stability is key," I say, my voice finding a more natural rhythm. "What kind of foundation are you using?" "The carpet," he says. "It's a floating slab. It's not ideal for seismic zones." I can't help but laugh, a short, rusty sound. Beside us, I can feel Allie's tension, a silent, watchful presence. But for the first time, I'm not focused on her. I'm completely captivated by my son. We talk about Legos, about the cantilever on the town hall roof, about the proper way to design a drawbridge for a bakery. It's the easiest, most natural conversation I've had in years. The gaping hole in my life, the flaw in my design I could never identify, is suddenly filled with the sound of his bright, intelligent voice. After a few minutes, he falls silent. The analytical gaze returns, more intense this time. He studies my face, his own brow furrowed in concentration. He reaches up a small, mittened hand and lightly touches his own cheekbone. Then his gaze flicks back to mine. He's comparing us. He's running the data. My breath catches. The fragile, easy connection of the last few minutes evaporates, replaced by a sudden, sharp tension. I know what's coming. The world seems to narrow, the air thinning until it's just me and him and the one undeniable truth that connects us. He looks at me, his head tilted, his expression one of pure, innocent curiosity. "Are your eyes gray like mine?" The question is a quiet, simple thing, and it lands like a wrecking ball, demolishing the last of my defenses, leaving me breathless and exposed in the winter air.
Chapter 11. Alicia. The town hall meeting room is an arena, and I am a gladiator who feels decidedly under-armored. This time, I'm not hiding in the back. I'm sitting at the long, polished table at the front of the room, my title, Head of the Community Arts Council, printed on a neat little placard in front of me. It feels like a joke. My notes are laid out in a perfect organized row, my own counter-proposal sketches peeking out from a folder. On the outside, I am the picture of competent small-town bureaucracy. On the inside, I'm a Jackson Pollock painting, a chaotic, vibrant, nerve-shattering mess. Across the table, Beckett Hawthorne sits like a king on a throne of cheap, government-issue wood. He's back in his armor. The broken, vulnerable man from my studio is gone, replaced once again by the cool, confident architect. He's all sharp lines and expensive fabric, his focus absolute as he sets up his laptop. He hasn't looked at me once since I sat down. It's an omission so deliberate it's a statement in itself. My knee is bouncing a frantic rhythm under the table. The memory of our meeting in the park is a tender, raw bruise. The sight of him talking to Gabriel, the easy, miraculous connection they found through a shared language of design and logic. It was beautiful, and it was terrifying. It made all of this real in a way I wasn't prepared for. Now, sharing a table with him in a professional capacity, with the entire town council watching, feels like trying to perform surgery in the middle of a hurricane. The meeting begins. Mayor Henderson gives a glowing introduction, and then the floor belongs to Beck. He stands, and the room falls silent. He projects his designs onto the large screen behind him, and a collective gasp reverberates through the room. It's brilliant. I can't deny it. The architectural rendering is stunning, a marvel of light and shadow, but it's the brilliance of a freshly cut diamond. It's hard, cold, and has 1,000 sharp edges. His vision for our cozy, charming Mistletoe Meadows Christmas market is a series of interconnected glass pavilions with stark steel frames and a soaring cantilevered roof. It's breathtaking. It's a masterpiece. And it is completely and utterly wrong. The design maximizes vendor space while maintaining an open, airy feel, encouraging a natural flow of foot traffic, he explains, his voice the smooth, confident rumble of a man used to being the smartest person in any room. My heart sinks. This isn't a market, it's a high-end retail installation. It's a structure designed to be admired, not lived in. There is no warmth, no whimsy, no soul. It's a perfect, sterile cage for our town's messy, vibrant heart. It's a physical manifestation of the man he tried to be for 8 years, controlled, impressive, and emotionally unavailable. It feels like a rejection, not just of my town, but of me. When he's finished, the room is filled with an awkward, impressed silence. The council members look a little starstruck. Mayor Henderson is beaming. It's my turn. My hands are trembling slightly as I stand. I take a deep breath, the off-key, nervous hum vibrating in my chest, and I force it to stop. I am not the heartbroken girl he left behind. I am Alicia Jones. I am the guardian of this town's spirit. Mr. Hawthorne's design is, as expected, architecturally stunning. I begin, my voice clearer and stronger than I thought it would be. However, I believe it fundamentally misunderstands the most important structural component of Mistletoe Meadows, our community. I turn to the council, my passion overriding my nerves. A market isn't about maximizing retail space. It's about creating shared experiences. It's about the smell of hot cider, the sound of kids laughing, the warmth of a fire pit where neighbors can gather. It needs to feel like it grew out of the heart of our town, not like it was dropped here from a spaceship. I slide my own sketches across the table. They're charcoal and watercolor, full of soft edges and warm colors. I've designed a winding lane of rustic wooden stalls modeled after the historic storefronts on Main Street. A central, twinkling giving tree where people can donate gifts, and a small heated pavilion for local musicians and storytellers. It's less of a blueprint and more of a feeling. It's home. Beck's jaw is a tight, hard line. With all due respect, Ms. Jones, charm doesn't pay for upkeep. My design is efficient, sustainable, and frankly, it puts this town on the architectural map. We don't want to be on the map, Beck, I say. The use of his first name a deliberate slip, a reminder of a time before we were adversaries. We want to be a home. Your design, it lacks warmth. My design is practical, he counters, his gray eyes flashing with frustration. Your vision is a collection of sentimental, fiscally irresponsible gestures. My vision has a soul. The back and forth is sharp, professional on the surface, but the air between us crackles with 8 years of unspoken history. Every critique of his design is a critique of him, of his coldness, of his leaving. Every dismissal of my ideas feels like he's dismissing me all over again. The meeting ends in a stalemate, the council divided and tense. I'm immediately surrounded by my supporters, the members of the Arts Council, and other locals who share my vision. Kizzy is there, her phone already in her hand, a predatory gleam in her eye. She shoves her screen in my face. The headline on her blog is already live. Hometown hero or heartless hotshot? Hawthorne's sterile vision for Mistletoe Meadows. Too much? She asks, without a hint of remorse. Probably, I say, feeling a fresh wave of exhaustion. I manage to extricate myself. My only goal is to get home and wash the day off me. I'm almost at the exit when a hand on my arm stops me. I don't have to look. The jolt of his touch is as familiar as my own heartbeat. I turn to face him. The cool, controlled architect is gone again, his face tight with a frustration that seems to radiate off him in waves. He's cornered me, his large frame blocking my escape. That was a hell of a performance in there, he says, voice a low, intense growl. I was doing my job, I counter, lifting my chin. I was presenting a vision that actually reflects this town. You publicly dismantled 8 months of my work. Your work deserved to be dismantled. I snap, my own anger flaring back to life. It was beautiful and impressive, and it had no heart. It was cold. He leans in closer, his presence overwhelming, his stormy gray eyes searching mine for something I don't have to give. The frustration is rolling off him, thick and suffocating. Are you going to fight me on everything, Jones? My last name is a deliberate, calculated blow, a step back, a line drawn in the snow. We are not Ali and Beck, two people navigating a shared tragic past. We are Jones and Hawthorne, adversaries. And the battlefield has just been set.
Chapter 12. Beckett. I'm approaching this like an architectural problem. Phase 1. Site analysis. I've identified the subject. One 7-year-old boy, my son, who is currently operating a hot chocolate stand with commendable entrepreneurial spirit but questionable structural integrity. The current setup, a wobbly card table, is a liability. Phase 2. Conceptual design. I've spent the last 2 nights in my sterile hotel room not sleeping, but sketching. Sketching solutions. A reinforced base, a cantilevered counter for efficient customer interface, a modular shelving system for marshmallows and other key components. Phase 3. Implementation. This is the phase I'm in now, walking across the snow-dusted town square with a small, ridiculously expensive toolkit and a bundle of pre-cut, sanded pine boards under my arm. My hands are steady. My purpose is clear. It's all a lie. I'm not an architect executing a plan. I'm a terrified man with a hammer, and I am so far out of my depth I can't even see the surface. Every step toward the small, colorful stand feels like a step onto unstable ground. My usual confidence is a ghost. I see her before I see him. Allie. She's standing on the steps of the town library, pretending to look at a flyer on the community notice board. But her posture is ramrod straight, her attention a laser beam aimed directly at my back. She's a beautiful, vigilant guardian at the gate, and I know that her approval is the only permit that matters. Gabriel is behind his table, meticulously arranging cups. He sees me coming, and a slow, cautious smile spreads across his face. It's a fragile, precious thing that makes my heart ache. I stop in front of the stand, setting my materials down in the snow. I crouch down, bringing myself to his level. "Morning, designer." "Morning, Mr. Hawthorne," he says, his voice serious. "I was looking at your setup the other day," I begin, my voice sounding rougher than I'd like. I clear my throat. "Excellent business model. High-demand product in a prime location. But I think we can improve the integrity of the workspace." Gabriel's eyes light up. He immediately leans over his wobbly table and points. It's the left leg. The joint is weak. I told Mom we needed a gusset plate. A gusset plate. The technical term, spoken with such casual authority, sends another jolt of profound, stunning connection through me. He is mine. He is so completely, undeniably mine. "A gusset plate is a good idea," I say, voice thick with an emotion I have to swallow down. "I was thinking we could also add some cross-bracing. For lateral stability." "To handle the wind load?" he asks, his expression lighting up with understanding. "Exactly. This is our language. This is the bridge between us. The next hour is one of the most terrifying and exhilarating of my entire life. We work. I show him how to fit the pre-cut boards together, how the joints I designed provide strength without bulk. He listens with an intense, unwavering focus, his small hands carefully guiding a screw while I hold the drill. He's no longer the shy, observant boy from the park. He's a partner. He's full of ideas, his mind a perfect, chaotic fusion of his mother's wild creativity and my own structural logic. "This shelf needs to be lower," he declares, pointing. "It's for the marshmallow asteroids. And we need a launch pad." "A launch pad?" I ask, pausing with a piece of pine in my hand. "For the gingerbread men," he says, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. "For emergency cookie deployment. It needs to be angled at exactly 45 degrees for maximum velocity." I can't help the laugh that escapes me. It's a real sound, deep and unforced. It feels rusty. Across the square, I see Allie's head turn. Our eyes meet for a split second, and I can see the storm of conflict in her expression. Fear, hope, resentment. It's all there. Then she looks away, but she doesn't leave. She just keeps watching. As we work, the town moves around us. I'm aware of the curious glances, the whispers. A couple walks by, their voices low but clear in the cold air. "Isn't that the Hawthorne boy? The one who couldn't wait to get out of here? Heard he thinks our town's history is sentimental nonsense. That's what Kizzy's blog said. Now he's playing carpenter. It's probably just for show. A publicity stunt to get us to approve his stereo glass box. The words are small, sharp icicles. A reminder that I am an outsider here, a man with a reputation I earned. My jaw tightens, a familiar surge of defensive anger rising. But then Gabriel looks up at me. "It's much stronger now," he says, patting the newly installed counter. "The moment of inertia is better." And just like that, the opinions of the town, the sting of their gossip, it all fades to nothing. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is the small, brilliant boy in front of me, who is looking at our shared creation with pure, unadulterated pride. We finish. The new stand is sturdy, level, and surprisingly elegant. It's a simple structure of pine and screws, but it feels more significant than any skyscraper I've ever built. Gabriel is practically vibrating with excitement. He grabs one of the new pencils I gave him and a napkin from his dispenser. He spreads it on the new, level counter, his tongue sticking out from the corner of his mouth in concentration. He's sketching, just like I do. After a moment, he holds the napkin up to me. It's a surprisingly detailed drawing, a blueprint of the stand we just built. He's added notes. candy cane support beam for taste testing, and an arrow pointing to the launch pad labeled G-Force Gingerbread Delivery System. He looks from the napkin to me, his face shining, the last of his shyness completely gone. In its place emerges a new, comfortable familiarity that hits me with the intense force of a tidal wave. "Look," he says, his voice filled with pride. "It's our design. The word is a key to a lock I never knew was in my chest. It's a word of partnership, of connection, of family. It's the one thing I've spent my entire successful life building around the absence of. And in this small, perfect moment, standing in the cold with my son, I finally understand the true, catastrophic flaw in the design of my life. It was a foundation built for one, when it was always supposed to be for three."
Chapter 13. Alicia. The Mistletoe Meadows. Town Hall is a tomb at 10 o'clock at night. The cheerful, bustling energy of the day has been packed up and put away, leaving behind the scent of old paper, floor wax, and the ghosts of 100 years of tedious bureaucracy. The only signs of life are me, Beckett Hawthorne, and the mountain of blueprints and sketches separating us like a miniature paper-based mountain range. Outside, a snowstorm that began as a playful flurry has escalated into a full-blown blizzard. The wind howls around the old building, rattling the window panes in their frames. A lonely, mournful sound that seems to amplify the strained silence between us. We're trapped. The roads will be impassable until morning. The thought sends a fresh wave of panic through my already frayed nervous system. Fortunately, I sent Gabriel with Kizzy hours ago. Now we're discussing the project, working overtime as we still can't come to a compromise. As a liaison, it's my job to tell him what the townspeople want and need. I stare at the blueprint in front of me, but the sharp black lines of Beck's design blur into a meaningless scribble. I can't focus. I am acutely, painfully aware of him. I'm aware of the soft scratch of his pencil as he makes a note, the way the low light from the desk lamp carves shadows into the hard planes of his face, the faint, clean scent of his soap mixed with the crisp, cold air that still clings to his sweater. It's a sensory assault, and my carefully constructed professional armor is beginning to feel as flimsy as tissue paper. The emotional whiplash of the last few days has left me raw. The public battle in this very room, followed by the fragile, beautiful truce I witnessed between him and Gabriel in the park. I don't know who this man is. Is he the cold, arrogant architect who wants to encase my town in glass and steel? Or is he the man whose breath caught in his throat when our son asked about the color of his eyes? "This is never going to work," he says, his voice becoming a low, frustrated rumble that cuts through the silence. He stabs a finger at one of my charcoal sketches. "This whimsical curve you've drawn for the artisan stalls is a structural nightmare, Jones. The intentional use of my last name is a splash of cold water. Good. I need the distance. I need the fight. It's safer than the silence." "It's called art, Hawthorne," I shoot back, my own voice sharp. "It's an organic shape. It's supposed to defy the rigid logic of a spreadsheet. Maybe if your designs had a single curve in them, they wouldn't feel like a prison for joy." "A prison for joy?" He actually lets out a short, incredulous laugh, and the sound does something stupid and fluttery to my insides. "My design is clean, efficient, and beautiful. It's sterile. You've designed a beautiful, efficient hospital wing. I'm trying to design a home for Christmas. The rhythm is so familiar, it's terrifying. This is how we used to be, in that secret, fire-lit cabin 8 years ago. Challenging, pushing, a verbal dance that was always a prelude to a physical one. A ridiculous, traitorous part of my heart feels a flicker of warmth, a dangerous sense of homecoming that I immediately try to smother. There has to be a middle ground between a prison for joy and a gingerbread house that's going to collapse under the first heavy snow," he says, his lips twitching with a smile he's trying to suppress. He reaches across the table, his long arm bridging the divide between us, and pulls my sketch closer. My breath hitches as his fingers brush the edge of the paper I was just touching. He picks up his pencil, and for a second, I think he's going to erase my whimsical, impractical curve. Instead, his hand moves with a quick, fluid grace. He doesn't erase my line. He supports it. With a few deft strokes, he adds a framework of elegant, minimalist support beams, turning my structural nightmare into a stunning, soaring archway that is both artistic and sound. He merges my warmth with his logic. He finds the middle ground. He slides the sketch back to me. It's not his design and it's not mine. It's ours. And it's better than either of them were alone. The sight of our two styles, our two souls, fused together on the page is a more intimate connection than I was prepared for. The fight drains out of me, replaced by a quiet, fragile sense of hope. The silence that falls now isn't strained. It's comfortable. The only sounds are the howl of the storm and the soft scratch of our pencils as we begin, tentatively, to work together. After a long while, he stops sketching. I look up to find him watching me, his expression unreadable, his gray eyes dark in the lamplight. "What was it like?" he asks. His voice soft, the question so direct it startles me. The last 8 years, raising him, alone. My first instinct is to throw up a wall, to guard the life I built, the one piece of my world that is unequivocally mine. That life is a sacred space, and he feels like an intruder. But then I see the genuine, aching vulnerability in his eyes, the raw need to understand, and I know I can't shut him out. Not completely. It was everything, I say, my voice barely a whisper. I stare at our combined drawing, at the proof that we can create something beautiful together. It was terrifying. I was so lonely sometimes. The silence in that tiny apartment was like a physical object hanging around my neck. And Gabriel was the most beautiful thing in the world. I'd watch him sleep and I'd feel a love so big it felt like it was going to tear me in two. I let out an uncertain breath. I painted my way through it. His babyhood is a series of canvases in shades of soft blue and sleepy yellow. His toddler years are all chaotic splashes of brilliant primary-colored joy. I'm giving him pieces of my heart, tiny, sharp shards of the life he missed. It's the most vulnerable I have felt in 8 years. He is silent for a moment, just watching me, his face a canvas of regret and 1,000 other emotions I can't name. The space between us, which had been a battlefield and then a workspace, is now charged with a different kind of energy, a powerful magnetic pull of shared history, shared loss, and a spark of something I'm not ready to put a name to. He leans forward, his gaze dropping to my lips. My breath catches. I'm leaning in too, drawn into his orbit by a force I have no power to resist. The world narrows to the few inches between our faces, to the stormy gray of his eyes, to the memory of his taste. The lights flicker once, twice, and then the room is plunged into absolute pitch-black darkness. The only sounds are the raging of the storm outside and our shared sudden intake of breath in the black.
Chapter 14. Beckett. The darkness is absolute. One moment, her face is illuminated in the warm glow of the desk lamp, her eyes wide and luminous with the truth she was finally sharing with me. The next, the world is gone. The power outage is so complete, so sudden. It's a physical event. A door slamming shut on reality. The howl of the blizzard outside is now the only sound, a wild, untamed thing that makes the sudden silence inside feel even more profound. My architect's brain does a quick, useless analysis. Storm must have taken out a transformer. We have no generator. We're stranded. But the rest of me, the part that has been in a state of chaotic free fall, since I saw my own eyes staring back at me from a 7-year-old's face, is overwhelmed by a single illogical data point. The sound of her sharp intake of breath, impossibly close in the pitch black. The darkness strips away the pretense. There are no blueprints between us now. No conference table, no titles. We're just two people, trapped in a storm, surrounded by the ghosts of 8 years, and without the visual distraction of her guarded expression or my own carefully constructed composure, my other senses come roaring to life. I can smell the faint, familiar scent of her, turpentine and lavender and something warm and uniquely Ali. I can hear the soft rustle of her sweater as she shifts in her chair. I can practically feel the heat of her body across the small space. "Well," she says, her voice sounding a little shaky, a failed attempt at her usual witty armor. "This is cozy. Are you okay?" The question is reflexive, a raw piece of concern that bypasses all my usual filters. "I'm fine," she says, but her voice is small. "Just not a fan of the dark." In the black, with the storm raging outside, the masks we've been wearing finally slip away. Her confession from moments before, the one about painting her way through the lonely years of raising our son, has left a crack in my own fortress. And now, in this strange, disorienting intimacy, the truth starts to spill out. "For 8 years, I used you," I say, the words emerging low and rough into the darkness. Not you, the person, but the memory of you. The silence. I told myself it was a rejection, the ultimate rejection, and I used it as fuel. My own voice sounds foreign to me, stripped of its usual authority. It's the voice of a man confessing a secret he didn't even know he was keeping. Every project I took on, every award I chased, every goddamn skyscraper I forced into a skyline, it was all balanced on a foundation of, "I'll show her." I built an entire empire just to prove that I didn't need the girl who didn't want me back. The admission is a gutting thing. To say it out loud is to acknowledge the profound, pathetic hollowness of my own ambition. My life's work, the structures I've built that have been lauded as visionary, were all just monuments to a broken heart, and not even a real one. A broken heart based on a misunderstanding. A lost letter. And the whole time, my voice cracks, and I don't even have the strength to care. The whole damn time, it was empty, Ali. Every success. I would stand in these perfect, sterile buildings I designed, spaces that were supposed to be the pinnacle of achievement, and all I could feel was the empty space. The fundamental flaw in the design. It was always you. You were the part that was missing. The silence that follows is thick with everything I've just laid bare. I can't see her face, can't read her expression. I've just handed her the broken, unimpressive truth of the man I've become, and I don't know what she'll do with it. Her voice, when it comes, is a fragile whisper, a wounded sound in the dark. "I missed you." The 3 simple words hit me with the intensity of a wrecking ball. It's the one variable that changes every calculation I've ever made about the past. The one truth I never, ever allowed myself to consider. "I hated you for leaving," she continues, her voice thick with unshed tears. "I was so angry. But under all that anger, God, I missed you. Every single day. The anger I've carried for 8 years, the pride, the wounded ego, it all dissolves, leaving behind nothing but an aching, bottomless sense of loss for the life we were supposed to have. I can't stop myself. The pull is too strong, an elemental force that overrides all logic. My chair scrapes against the floor as I push it back. I rise, my hands finding the table, and I navigate by memory, moving around the corner of the table toward the sound of her breathing. My knee bumps her chair. I stop. I crouch down in the darkness until I know my face is level with hers. I can't see a thing, but I can feel her. The warmth of her, the scent of her, the soft sound of her unsteady breath. The air between us is a live wire humming with 8 years of pent-up longing, of shared loss, of what-ifs. My hand finds her arm, my fingers brushing against the soft wool of her sweater. She doesn't pull away. "Ali!" I whisper, my voice raw. It's the only word I need. It's a question, a plea, a confession all in one. I lean forward, closing the final few inches between us. I can feel the warmth of her breath on my lips. This is it. A culmination of a decade of waiting, of a misunderstanding that cost us everything. This is the period at the end of a sentence I started writing 8 years ago. Psst. A single sickly fluorescent light flickers erratically above us. Psst. The harsh, sterile light floods the room, violently chasing the darkness away. The intimate secret world we'd built is shattered, replaced by the drab reality of the Mistletoe Meadows Town Hall meeting room. We're frozen for a split second, caught in the harsh glare. Me, crouching in front of her, my hand on her arm, our faces a breath apart. Her looking up at me, her eyes wide and luminous, her lips parted. The spell is broken. We pull back at the same time as if burned. I stand up too quickly, stumbling back a step. She shrinks back in her chair. The air, which had been thick with unspoken promises, is now charged with a new, excruciatingly awkward tension. The promise of the kiss hangs between us, unfulfilled, and 1,000 times more powerful than if it had actually happened.
Chapter 15. Alicia. The morning after the snowstorm, the world is a pristine blank canvas of white. It's quiet, muffled, and achingly beautiful. It feels like a fresh start. I'm trying desperately to treat it as one. In my kitchen, I move with a sharp, frantic energy, a stark contrast to the peaceful scene outside my window. The coffee maker is gurgling. I'm humming a wild, off-key rendition of Deck the Halls, and my hands are already covered in a fine sheen of glitter. Last night in the dark town hall, the near kiss, the raw vulnerability in his voice, the terrifying electric pull between us, was a mistake, a moment of weakness, an atmospheric anomaly brought on by low lighting and high-stakes emotional confessions. It can't happen again. My heart is not a safe structure. It has a fatal design flaw, and its name is Beckett Hawthorne. I have to condemn the building before he moves back in. My self-preservation project for the day is a massive one, organizing the Mistletoe Meadows Elementary School contribution to the town's Christmas tree lighting. It's a shield, a fortress built of popsicle sticks, cotton balls, and industrial-sized jugs of glitter glue. It's for the kids. It's for the town. It is a tangible, worthy project that has absolutely nothing to do with stormy gray eyes and the ghost of a kiss that never happened. Later, in the chaotic, wonderful-smelling art room at the school, I am in my element. The air smells of tempera paint, wet clay, and that specific sweet scent of elementary school paste. I am a general rallying my troops. Okay, artists, I call out over the cheerful din of my third-grade class. The theme for the town tree is the magic of Mistletoe Meadows. I want you to think about your favorite part of our town and turn it into the most magical ornament you can imagine. This is my sanctuary. This is where I am competent and in control. Watching a little girl meticulously paint a tiny, sparkling version of the town gazebo, or a boy construct a miniature hot chocolate stand out of cinnamon sticks. This is real. This is safe. I am burying the memory of Beck's face in the darkness under a mountain of heartfelt, slightly lopsided handmade art. Kizzy finds me during my lunch break, a cardboard tray with 2 steaming coffees in her hands. She takes one look at the glitter in my hair and the frantic, slightly wild look in my eyes and raises a skeptical eyebrow. So, she says, setting a latte down on my paint-splattered desk, "You look like you're trying to single-handedly bedazzle the entire town into submission. Running from something, Jones?" "I'm not running. I'm focusing," I say, a little too defensively. "There's a difference." "Is there?" She leans against a table, crossing her arms. "Look, I get it. The great snowpocalypse of last night probably stirred up a lot of stuff. I'm glad you two aren't at war anymore. I am. Her expression softens, her usual fiery journalist persona replaced by the concerned best friend. But I saw the way you were looking at each other during that meeting. That wasn't just a truce, that was combustible. She lowers her voice. Just be careful, Allie. Please. Protect your heart. It's not a community art project that you can just patch up with some glue and a coat of varnish if he cracks it again. Her words are a direct hit, a perfectly aimed arrow that slips right through the chinks in my glittery armor. I hate that she's right, which, of course, only makes me more determined to prove her wrong. My chance comes later that afternoon. I'm at the town hall, dropping off the signed requisition forms for the art project supplies, when he finds me. Beck. He corners me in the hallway by the dusty display case of town charters. Allie, his voice is low, serious. We need to talk about last night. I don't look at him. I focus on straightening a stack of papers that are already perfectly straight. I am all business, all professional distance. We talked, I say, my voice cool and clipped. We found a compromise on the design for the welcome pavilion. I've reviewed the notes. It's a good solution. The others think it's good to go. I can feel his frustration rolling off him in waves. That's not what I mean, and you know it. I finally meet his gaze, my expression, I hope, a perfect mask of polite indifference. The only things we need to talk about, Beck, are Gabriel and the market. Those are the terms we discussed. I can't. I won't do anything else. It's too messy, I'm too fragile. He's too dangerous. Saying the words feels like pulling a safety bar down, locking myself into a cage. It hurts. A stupid, traitorous part of me wants nothing more than to talk about last night. But the fierce, protective mother who has spent 8 years building a safe, stable world for her son knows it is a risk I cannot afford to take. He looks hurt, his jaw tightening as he takes a step back, the space between us once again a cold, professional distance. Before he can argue, his phone buzzes, the sound a sharp, unwelcome intrusion. He pulls it out of his coat pocket, his brow furrowing as he looks at the screen. He answers, his voice shifting back to the clipped, authoritative tone of the architect. Isabel. The name is chic. Sharp. It sounds like expensive perfume and stilettos. A cold, unfamiliar knot forms in my stomach. He listens for a moment, his gaze flickering to me. No, everything is under control. He's silent again, his expression growing stormier. You're what? No, that's not necessary. I have it handled. His fingers tighten around his phone. He listens for another few seconds, a muscle working in his jaw. Fine. He bites out. See you tomorrow. He hangs up, shoving the phone back into his pocket as if it's burned him. He looks at me, and the frustration from our conversation is now mixed with a new, sharper kind of annoyance. That was my business partner. Isabel, he says, the name a confirmation of the stylish, successful world he belongs to. She's flying in tomorrow. He lets out a harsh, humorless breath, and his eyes meet mine, full of a bitter irony that makes the cold knot in my stomach twist. Apparently, she's coming to help me handle this small-town project. Oh, honey, subtle is not on the menu. This bundle, it's big, it's bold, it's extra as hell, just like you deserve.
9 full-length audiobooks, 12-pack abs, billion-dollar bank accounts, and a whole lot of filthy, over-the-top love.
We're talking possessive bad boys, jealous billionaires, growling alpha males who act like you hung the damn moon. And the steam? Baby, it's off the charts.
These men don't flirt. They claim.
And guess what? This beautifully chaotic romance buffet is already 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40.
Click the link, use the code, and dive into the messy, crazy, all-consuming love you've always dreamed of.
The over-the-top romance audiobook bundle, because too much is never enough.
Vixa Vaughn Romance. Chapter 16. Beckett. Frustration is a bitter metallic taste in my mouth. Allie's retreat was a masterclass in strategic withdrawal, leaving me standing in the hallway of the town hall feeling like I'd just been expertly shut out of a fortress I was only just beginning to map. The fragile truce, the moment of vulnerability in the dark. It's all been swept away, replaced by the cool, professional distance she's now enforcing with brutal efficiency. And now Isabel is coming. I'm standing in the town square, the epicenter of my own personal earthquake, waiting for the aftershock to arrive. The air is cold and clean, and for the very first time in my adult life, I'm noticing the charm of this place without a cynical filter. The intricate ironwork on the old gazebo, the way the snow clings to the branches of the ancient oak tree, the genuine smiles people exchange as they pass. It's a town built on a human scale that has a soul. My old life arrives in a silent black town car that glides to a stop at the curb like a panther. It's an alien vessel on the quaint, snow-dusted street. The door opens, and Isabel Vance emerges, not stepping out of the car so much as making an entrance onto a stage. She's a vision of urban sophistication in a sharp, black wool coat and possibly thin heels, and sunglasses that hide her expression, but not her judgment. She surveys the square, her head tilting with the cool, analytical assessment of a surgeon diagnosing a terminal disease. "Beckett, darling," she says, her voice emerging as smooth and cold as polished marble. She offers me her cheek for a kiss that's more of an air traffic control maneuver than a gesture of affection. "It's even more rustic than I imagined. Does this town have reliable Wi-Fi, or do they communicate by carrier pigeon? A year ago, I would have laughed. I probably would have made the same joke. Today, the words grate on me, a surge of protective annoyance rising in my chest. They have Wi-Fi, Isabel. And the pigeons are strictly for ceremonial purposes. Her smile is thin. Hilarious. Let's see this project that has you so captivated you've forgotten about the Miata Tower pitch." She clicks across the cobblestones, her heels a sharp, aggressive sound against the peaceful quiet of the morning. I find myself instinctively shortening my stride to match hers, falling back into an old, familiar rhythm I suddenly find suffocating. In the small temporary office the town has given us in the library basement, the blueprints are spread across a large table. Isabel sheds her coat, revealing a charcoal gray power suit that probably cost more than the library's entire annual budget. She's all business, her focus immediate and absolute. "All right, let's see what we're working with," she says, her manicured fingers tapping on my original modern design. "This is brilliant, Beck. Clean, visionary. The light play through the glass pavilions will be extraordinary. This is the kind of work that solidifies a legacy." Her eyes land on the hybrid sketch, the one Ali and I created together in the dark, the one with her whimsical curves and my structural supports. Isabel picks it up as if it's a piece of contaminated evidence. "And what is this?" she asks, a delicate wrinkle of distaste on her perfect nose. "The one with all the gingerbread trim." "It's a compromise," I say, my voice tight. "A fusion of my design and the vision of the local arts council." "The local arts council," she repeats, the words dripping with condescension. "How quaint. Beck, this is sentimental nonsense. You're an artist, not a folk art hobbyist. You can't let some small-town committee dilute your vision with their charming, fiscally irresponsible nostalgia. Every word is a direct hit, not at the drawing, but at Ali. And the fierce protective fire I felt in the park with Gabriel ignites again, hotter this time. Her ideas have merit, Isabel. The design needs to reflect the community. The community needs to be elevated by the design, not the other way around, she counters, her logic flawless and utterly infuriating. She is the voice of the man I used to be, and I can't stand the sound of it. The door to the office creaks open, and my argument dies in my throat. Ali stands in the doorway, a stack of folders in her arms. She's a vibrant splash of color, a hand-knit purple sweater, her paint-splattered overalls, against the drab beige basement. She stops short when she sees Isabel, her eyes widening slightly before her expression settles into a mask of polite, professional calm. The two women are a study in contrasts, Ali with her warm, chaotic, creative energy, Isabel with her cool, controlled corporate power. It's sunshine meeting an Arctic vortex. "Isabel Vance, this is Alicia Jones, the head of the Arts Council," I say, the air in the room suddenly thick and hard to breathe. Isabel extends a hand, her movements sleek and practiced. "A pleasure," she says, her voice smooth as silk. Ali takes it, her handshake firm. "I've been admiring your sketches. They have so much heart." The word heart is delivered like an insult, a synonym for amateurish. Ali's smile doesn't reach her expressive brown eyes. "And I've been admiring your partner's work," she replies, her voice even. "So much glass." The tension is a third person in the room, palpable and sharp. I feel like I'm trapped between two opposing magnetic fields, my sleek, ambitious past and the messy, authentic future I'm beginning to crave. And I feel a possessive, primal need to stand with Ali that surprises me with its sheer, unanalyzable force. We spend the next 20 minutes in a state of barely concealed warfare, discussing the plans. Isabel expertly and systematically dismantles every one of Ali's ideas, framing them as logistical impossibilities or budgetary follies. Ali, to her credit, holds her ground, countering Isabel's cold logic with passionate arguments about community and soul. Isabel turns to a page detailing the central pavilion. "This archway is a non-starter," she says, dismissing the very design Ali and I created together. "It's an unnecessary expense." We go back to the original clean roofline. "The archway is the heart of the design," Ali argues, her hands planted firmly on the table. "It's the welcome." Isabel gives her a small, condescending smile. She places a proprietary hand on my forearm, her touch a casual claim of territory. "Oh, don't mind him," she says to Ali, as if I'm not even standing here. "He gets bogged down in the details when he's stressed. I'll get him to see the sense of the original plan later." She leans in slightly, her smile turning conspiratorial. "It's what a good girlfriend is for, right?" The lie is a perfectly deployed grenade, tossed casually onto the table between us. The air freezes. I see the direct hit in Ali's eyes, a flicker of shock, a deep flash of pain, before she masterfully extinguishes it, her face becoming a beautiful, unreadable canvas. My mouth opens to deny it, to detonate the lie, but the words get tangled with 8 years of complication and a lifetime of professional entanglement. And in that split second of my hesitation, the fragile, unspoken truce I had with Ali is severed. The tentative bridge we were building has just been burned to the ground.
Chapter 17. Alicia. The words hover in the air of the library basement, a toxic, invisible poison. It's what a good girlfriend is for, right? Isabel's smile is a weapon. Beck's hesitation is a confession. And I am a fool. I don't remember leaving the meeting. It's more like a scene transition in a movie. One moment I am standing in that beige room, the air crackling with a tension so thick I can taste it, and the next I am outside. The frigid December air, a welcome shock against my hot cheeks. I don't run, I walk, my steps are measured, my back is straight. I am composing myself, painting a calm, unaffected facade over a canvas that is screaming with the violent, chaotic colors of humiliation. A small-town project, a sentimental distraction, a quaint hobbyist, and a fool. A fool who sat in the dark with him and let herself believe his confession of emptiness was an invitation. A fool who watched him with our son and saw the beginning of a family instead of a man on a brief, sentimental detour from his real life. My feet carry me not home, but to my studio. It's the only place I can breathe, the only place that's truly mine. I unlock the door, and the familiar scent of turpentine and linseed oil is a comforting balm. This is my fortress. This is my truth. His girlfriend. Of course he has a girlfriend. A woman like Isabel, sharp, sophisticated, and built from the same steel and glass as his buildings, is the only thing that makes sense. She is a part of the world he chose. I am a part of the world he left. My phone starts to buzz on the table where I dropped my keys. His name flashes on the screen. Beckett. I stare at it, a fresh wave of hot, bitter anger washing over me. I silence it. It buzzes again a minute later. A text this time. I don't read it. I flip the phone face down, the sharp slap of glass on wood, a small, satisfying act of violence. I throw myself into my work with a punishing fury. I grab a fresh canvas and squeeze a long, angry line of Payne's gray onto my palette. I don't have a plan. I just paint. My strokes are sharp, jagged, and violent. I'm not creating. I'm exercising. I'm covering the fragile, hopeful watercolor of the last few days with thick, angry layers of oil and pigment. I am painting over him, erasing him. Again. Hours pass in a blur of motion and color. The sun sets, casting long, dramatic shadows across my studio. My phone buzzes and pings intermittently, an annoying insect I refuse to acknowledge. I am in control here. This is my world. He doesn't get to breach these walls. The jingle of the bell over the door makes me flinch. It's Kizzy, holding a pizza box in one hand and 2 bottles of beer in the other. Her expression is a mixture of righteous fury and deep concern. "I saw you flee the scene of the crime," she says, setting the pizza down on a clear patch of table. "The Ice Queen staked her claim, huh?" "It's fine," I say, my voice rough. I refuse to sound like a victim. It's better, actually. It clarifies things. "It's nonsense is what it is," she snorts, twisting the cap off a beer and handing it to me. Her claiming him like a piece of designer real estate. So, naturally, I did some digging. Of course she did. Kizzy, armed with a Wi-Fi connection and a righteous cause, is a force of nature. Isabel Vance, she begins, reading from her phone. Co-founder of Hawthorne and Vance. They've been an architectural power couple for years. Lots of glossy magazine articles. But the relationship status is murky. On again, off again. The last public photo of them looking coupley was at a gala 6 months ago. It's intentionally ambiguous. It's not ambiguous to me, I say, taking a long swallow of the cold beer. It's a messy, complicated history. It's a whole other life, one that has nothing to do with me or Gabriel. The words solidify my resolve. This is for the best. Just as I'm starting to believe it, a loud, insistent banging echoes through the studio. It's not a knock. It's a demand. It's him. Kizzy's eyes flash. "You want me to get rid of him?" I have a thesaurus full of words he won't understand. I take a deep, steadying breath, finding the steel in my own spine. No, I've got this. I walk to the door and pull it open, my body a wall of defiance. He looks ragged. His hair is a mess, like he's been driving his hands through it, and his eyes are a stormy, frustrated gray. "You're not answering your phone." It's an accusation. "I've been busy." My voice is ice. "What do you want, Beck?" "I need to explain," he says urgently. "What Isabel said in there?" "You don't need to explain anything." I cut him off, the words sharp and clean. "You have a life. You have a girlfriend, a business partner, whatever she is. I get it. It's your world. It has nothing to do with me or the market or, I can't say Gabriel's name. I won't bring our son into this mess. We're fine. We can keep it professional." "No." He shakes his head, a look of raw desperation on his face that is dangerously compelling. That's not what this is. You know it's not. He pushes past me, invading my space, my fortress. He crowds me until my back is against the doorframe, his presence overwhelming. The smell of him, the cold night air, and that clean masculine scent is dizzying. My heart is doing that stupid, painful two-step against my ribs. One beat for the anger, for the humiliation, and one for the stupid, traitorous pull toward the raw, desperate emotion on his face. He lifts his hands, framing my face, his thumbs gently brushing my cheeks. His touch is a fire that incinerates my resolve. His gaze is intense, unwavering, a desperate plea for me to see past the facts and feel the truth. "She's not my girlfriend," he says in a raw, broken whisper. "It's complicated, okay? It's a mess of history and business and expectation." He leans in closer, his forehead resting against mine. The entire world narrows to this single point of contact. But the only thing that isn't complicated, Allie, he breathes. His words a direct assault on the walls I just spent all day rebuilding. The only thing that is simple and real is how I feel when I'm in this room with you.
Chapter 18. Beckett. Her name is a prayer and a curse on my lips. Ali. The space between us is a high-tension wire, humming with the force of my confession. I've stripped myself bare, handed her the raw, undeniable truth of my feelings, and I watch as she rejects it, her face a beautiful, furious mask of disbelief. "Don't," she says, her voice low and shaking as she pulls back from my touch. "Don't you dare say that to me. You don't get to stand there, in my life, and say those things. Not when your perfect, polished girlfriend is flying in to save you from this small-town project. She is not my girlfriend!" The words are a roar, torn from a place of pure, abject frustration. She is a complication, a piece of a past I don't want anymore. Can't you see that? I am standing here, trying to choose you. Trying to tell you that my entire life has been a miscalculation, a fatal flaw in the design, and you're throwing my business partner in my face. "Oh, boo-hoo, the famous architect's life is so hard," she shoots back, her own anger a magnificent, raging fire. "You think you can just have it both ways? Your big city life with your complication. And then you get to have us? A ready-made family to visit on the holidays? Is that what we are to you, Beck? A sentimental side project? Whoa. Okay." The voice is a splash of cold water. We both freeze, turning toward the sound. Kizzy is standing by the door, her pizza box held in front of her like a shield, her eyes wide. "My bad. I forgot my beer," she says, her gaze flicking between us. She slowly backs toward the door. "But it looks like you two are about to have a lover's quarrel that's... what? 8 years overdue? You kids have fun storming the castle." She's gone in a flash. The cheerful jangle of the bell over the door a ridiculously out-of-place sound in the charged, volatile atmosphere. We are alone, and the last thread of my control snaps. The argument erupts, a messy verbal brawl full of 8 years of pain and misunderstanding. We're circling each other like wolves, the air thick with accusations and a desperate, unspoken longing. Words are not enough. They can't bridge the gap of 8 years. They can't undo the silence. I see the glistening tears of rage in her eyes. I can see the profound hurt under the anger. And something inside me breaks. I stalk toward her, backing her up until her spine hits a large, abstract canvas of swirling blues and grays. It's the color of a winter storm. It's the color of my eyes. "You think this is a game?" I growl, bracing my hands on the canvas on either side of her head, trapping her. "You think I feel nothing?" And then my mouth is on hers. It's not a gentle kiss. It's a collision, an explosion. It's 8 years of frustration and loneliness and rage and need, all compressed into one desperate, punishing act. It's teeth and tongue, and the salty taste of her tears. I kiss her like I'm trying to devour her, to absorb her back into my soul where she's supposed to be. For a second, she fights me, her hands pushing against my chest, but then a sob breaks from her lips and she's kissing me back with the same frantic, desperate hunger, her fingers tangling in my hair, pulling me closer. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at VicSavonRomance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I lift my head to look at her. She's staring at the ceiling, her beautiful face a mess of conflicting emotions. A single tear traces a path through a smear of ultramarine blue on her temple. Her voice, when she speaks, is a raw, terrified whisper that echoes the question in my own heart. What are we doing?
Chapter 19. Alicia. My own question hangs in the charged, silent air of the studio, a ghost haunting the wreckage. What are we doing? The answer comes with the first, unforgiving rays of morning light. They filter through the tall, dusty windows, illuminating the scene of the crime. And it is a crime scene. A crime of passion, of desperation, of 8 years of repressed everything. My carefully organized sanctuary is a disaster zone. My clothes are tangled with his on the floor. A drop cloth is a map of our messy, paint-smeared reunion. And an overturned jar of ultramarine blue has bled a beautiful, tragic puddle onto the old wooden floorboards. I wake up first. I'm cold. My body is a collection of unfamiliar aches, and I am tangled in a rough wool blanket with Beckett Hawthorne. His arm is slung possessively over my waist, his breathing a deep, steady rhythm against my ear. In sleep, he looks younger. The hard, controlled lines of his face softened, the storm in his gray eyes momentarily calm. He looks like the boy I remember, a wave of regret so powerful it's a physical nausea washes over me. What have I done? The raw, explosive passion of last night felt like an exorcism, a necessary violent release. In the harsh, sober light of day, it just feels like madness. I have let the one man with the power to completely demolish my world, my son's world, back inside the fortress walls. And I didn't just let him in. I threw open the gates and helped him light the goddamn fuse. Carefully, my movements stiff and slow, I extract myself from his hold. I stand, pulling the blanket around my naked body, and survey the damage. My gaze lands on my reflection in the dark glass of a framed print. My hair is a wild mess, my lips are swollen, and a dark, angry-looking bruise, a mark, his mark, is blooming on my collarbone. It's a brand of ownership, a declaration, and it fills me with a profound, chilling dread. I hear him stir, a low groan as he wakes. I can't look at him. I am a coward in the daylight. I turn my back, fumbling for my clothes, my fingers clumsy. The silence is excruciating, thick with unspoken questions and the lingering musky scent of sex and turpentine. I hear him get up, the quiet sounds of him dressing. I'm expecting a confrontation, a demand to talk about what happened. Instead, there is only quiet, deliberate movement. When I finally risk a glance, he's not looking at me. He's staring at the puddle of ultramarine blue on the floor. He walks over to my supply shelf, finds a rag and a can of turpentine, and then he crouches down and, with a quiet, methodical focus, begins to clean up the mess. My mess. Our mess. I just stand there, clutching the blanket, and watch him. This quiet domestic act is so completely at odds with the raw, possessive man who screwed me into oblivion on this very floor hours ago. It's a gesture of unexpected tenderness that throws my already chaotic emotions into a fresh tailspin. It's harder to be angry at a man who is quietly cleaning your paint spills. It's harder to hate a ghost when he's right in front of you, being kind. and that kindness is infinitely more dangerous than his anger ever was. He finishes, then moves to the small kitchenette in the corner of my studio. He finds the coffee beans, the grinder, the filters. He starts making coffee, his movements sure and familiar in my space. The comforting gurgling sound of the coffee maker is a surreal layer of normalcy over the emotional wreckage. He brings me a mug, his fingers brushing mine as I take it. The small accidental touch is a spark that lights up my entire nervous system. We stand on opposite sides of the room, a chasm of unspoken words and 8 years of history between us, and sip the hot black coffee in silence. "We can't do this again, Beck," I finally say, the words a jagged whisper. "I need to rebuild the wall, right here, right now." He looks at me over the rim of his mug, his gray eyes dark and serious. "Why not?" The simple, direct question steals the air from my body. "Because!" I gesture wildly at the room, at the clothes, at the incriminating drop cloth. "Look at this. This is what we are. We're chaos, an explosion. I have a son, Beck. His life is not a disaster zone. His life is a carefully composed painting. It's balanced and it's safe. We are not safe. I don't want to be a disaster in his life, Allie," he says, voice low yet laced with a pain that mirrors my own. "Or in yours." "Then what do you want?" The question is a raw, desperate plea for clarity in a situation that has none. I am so confused. 1 minute, you're the world-famous architect with a chic girlfriend who thinks my entire world is a joke. The next minute, you're this. I gesture to the clean patch on the floor, to the coffee mug in my hand, to the quiet, tender man standing in the ruins of my studio. "I don't know what I want," he admits, and the honesty is a brutal blow. "Not exactly. I'm trying to deconstruct a life I built on a faulty foundation, and I don't have the new blueprints yet." He takes a step closer. "But I know the design has to start with you. And with him." We stand there, the confession hanging between us. He's right. We need to talk. We need to figure out the blueprints. But not like this. Not in the immediate, raw aftermath of whatever this was. "Okay," I say, my voice trembling slightly. "Okay, we talk. But not now. First we have to figure out what this means for Gabriel, how we move forward without breaking him." A fragile, uncertain agreement settles between us. It's not a solution, but it's a starting point. A pin in the chaos. And then, the cheerful tinkle of the bell over the studio door shatters the moment. "Hello?" Kizzy's voice calls out. "Dropping off one small human. He said he forgot his favorite blueprint and he can't possibly start his day without it." Panic. Pure, unadulterated, heart-stopping panic. Our eyes meet in a shared, silent scream. I scramble, pulling on my jeans and sweater, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. Beck yanks on his shirt, his movements as frantic as mine. I kick his boots under a table and try to smooth my wild hair, my hand instinctively going to the hickey on my collarbone. It's too late. The door pushes open wider, and Gabriel walks in, his eyes bright with morning energy. He stops dead in the doorway, his gaze bouncing between me and Beck. He takes in the scene, his mom, her hair a mess, her face flushed, and Beck, standing in the middle of her studio, looking rumpled and like he's just woken up. The air is rich with an adult tension a 7-year-old can't possibly understand, but can absolutely feel. A slow, curious smile spreads across his face. He looks from my guilty expression to Beck's, and his eyes light up with a beautifully innocent and utterly devastating conclusion. "Beck?" he asks, his voice full of cheerful curiosity. "Did you have a sleepover?"
Chapter 20. Beckett. The question hangs in the air, a beautifully innocent grenade tossed into the middle of our disaster zone. "Beck, did you have a sleepover?" I see the sheer, unadulterated panic that flashes across Allie's face. Her beautiful, strong composure from moments before crumbles, leaving behind a raw, wide-eyed terror, and in that split second, a new and unfamiliar instinct roars to life inside me. It's not logic. It's not analysis. It's a primal, seismic shift in my own personal architecture. It's the need to protect, to shield her, to shield him. Before Ali can stammer out an answer, I crouch down, putting myself on eye level with my son. The world narrows to his small, curious face. "Hey, designer," I say, my voice steady and calm in a way that surprises even me. I'm forcing a casual smile. Your mom and I were working really, really late on the blueprints for the new market. We had a major breakthrough on the Welcome Pavilion design, and I guess we got so tired we just fell asleep right here on the floor. You know how it is when you're working hard on a big project, right? I'm talking to him like a peer, a fellow professional. It's the only language I'm sure of right now. Gabriel's expression of playful curiosity shifts to one of serious understanding. He nods gravely. "Yeah. Sometimes when I'm designing a fortress, I fall asleep at my drafting table." "Exactly," I say, relief washing through me so powerfully, it's a physical sensation. I risk a glance up at Ali. She's staring at me, her expression a complex storm of shock, confusion, and something else I can't quite name. Gratitude, maybe. "Well," she says, voice a little shaky as she pushes a stray lock behind her ear with the back of her wrist. "Since everyone is awake, who wants pancakes?" The next hour is the most surreal and profoundly real of my entire life. We're in Ali's small, chaotic kitchen, a corner of the studio that's as vibrant and full of life as she is. Colorful, mismatched mugs hang from hooks. A string of chili pepper lights is draped over the window, and Gabriel's artwork is taped to every available surface of the refrigerator. The air smells of coffee, cinnamon, and the sweet scent of pancake batter. It's warm and messy and perfect, and it feels more like home than my sterile $1 million penthouse ever has. I watch Ali move around the space, a smudge of flour already on her cheek. She's still tense, her movements a little too precise, but as Gabriel chatters on about his latest design, a zipline to deliver syrup directly from the bottle to the pancake, I see her begin to relax. A small, genuine smile touches her lips, and the sight of that smile, a small, fragile sunbeam in the aftermath of our storm, does something visceral to my insides. I deal in absolutes in concrete and steel and measurable outcomes. And the one undeniable truth of my life is this: the biggest flaw in my design, the catastrophic error in my own personal blueprint, has been the absence of this. Of her. Of him. The complex structural integrity of the pancake stack is key, Gabriel informs me, his tone deeply serious as he watches his mom flip a pancake. You need a wide base to prevent a syrup-induced collapse. A sound engineering principle, I agree, leaning against the counter, a mug of coffee warming my hands. The warmth seeps into me, a foreign but welcome sensation. You have to account for load-bearing capacity. Exactly. He beams at me, and this time, the smile is wide and unguarded. It's a punch straight to the gut, a beautiful, perfect blow. That's why my new design has buttermilk support columns. We fall into the same easy rhythm we found in the park, talking about design and structure, our shared language bridging the awkward, emotionally charged gap between my mother and me. Ali is quiet, a watchful, silent presence at the stove, but I feel her listening. I feel her watching. And for the first time, I don't feel like I'm being judged. I feel like I'm being seen. Later, after I've left the impossible, chaotic warmth of Ali's studio, the cold reality of my other life comes crashing back in. I meet Isabel in the sterile, soulless lobby of the only decent hotel in town. The contrast between this beige, silent space and Ali's vibrant studio is a physical shock. Isabel is pacing, a vision of impatience in a sharp, cream-colored pantsuit. There you are. I was about to send out a search party. Did you get lost amongst the quaint farm animals? Isabel, I say, cutting her off. No small talk, no preamble. I've made a decision. I have new blueprints. We need to be clear about something. She stops pacing, her perfectly sculpted eyebrows raising in surprise at my tone. The personal side of our relationship is over, I state, the words clean and precise. For good. She lets out a short, sharp laugh. It's a sound with no humor in it. Beckett, don't be absurd. Is this about that little art teacher? Are you really going to throw away years of history, of partnership, for a small-town hobby? This has nothing to do with her, I lie, because trying to explain Ali to explain Gabriel to this woman would be like trying to explain the physics of color to someone who only sees in black and white. And it has everything to do with me. The life we had, the future we mapped out. It's not the one I want. I'm done. The words, when I say them, feel like liberation. A severing of ties to a past that no longer fits, a past that was built on a lie. Isabel's expression hardens, the surprise replaced by a cold, sharp anger. The wounded woman is gone, replaced by the ruthless business partner. A career mistake, darling, is one thing, she says, her voice dangerously soft. But this is career suicide. You're becoming a laughingstock. Turning your back on an award-winning design, getting sidetracked by domesticity. It's pathetic. I see her clearly then, maybe for the first time. The ambition that I once admired now looks like a barren, empty landscape. I feel no regret, only a grim, absolute certainty that I have just made the single best decision of my life. I turn to walk away, to leave her and our shared hollow past behind in this beige hotel lobby. You may be done with me, Beckett, she calls after me, her voice as sharp and cold as shattered glass. But Hawthorne and Vance is still my firm, too. I stop, my back to her. Don't think for a second, she says, her words a quiet, chilling promise of a war to come, that I'm just going to walk away from our firm's reputation.
Chapter 21. Alicia. Hope is a dangerous medium to work in. It's fragile, transparent, and notoriously difficult to control. For the last 2 days, I've been painting with it, allowing myself to sketch the faint, tentative outlines of a future I never thought was possible. Here, in the quiet of my studio, the air is permeated with a new fragile peace. Beck and I are bent over the drafting table, the scent of his coffee mingling with the smell of my charcoal pencils. We're working, really, truly working together. The awkwardness of the morning after our explosion has settled into a comfortable creative rhythm. He'll analyze one of my whimsical ideas, and instead of dismissing it, he'll find a way to make it structurally sound. I'll look at his clean, stark lines and suggest a way to soften them, to give them a soul. We are creating something new, something that is a fusion of us both, and it feels right. A small, genuine smile touches my lips as I watch his hand move across the page, his lines so sure and confident. A traitorous warmth spreads through my chest. I'm starting to see the man he is now, not the ghost of the boy he was, or the monster I'd imagined. I see the man who patiently explained load-bearing capacity to our son, the man who quietly cleaned up my paint spill, the man who broke things off with his chic, sophisticated business partner and chose to stay here, in Mistletoe Meadows, in this messy, chaotic studio, with me. The hope is starting to feel less like a transparent watercolor and more like a solid, vibrant oil. Something I can build on. My phone buzzes on the polished edge of the table, a jarring electronic sound in our quiet bubble. I glance at the screen. It's a text from Kizzy. Kizzy, emergency coffee at the daily grind. Now. Hearing some serious rumblings from the town hall, a cold, ugly smear of gray streaks across my hopeful canvas. Rumblings are Kizzy's journalistic code for Someone is about to set a fire. Hey, I say, forcing a casualness I don't feel. I've got to run out for a bit. School supply issue. Beck looks up, his gray eyes searching mine. For a second, I think he sees the lie, the sudden panic I'm trying so hard to hide, but he just nods. Okay, I'll keep working on the schematics for the pavilion roof. I grab my coat and flee, the cheerful jingle of the bell on my studio door sounding like an alarm. The daily grind is bustling with its usual lunchtime crowd, the air warm with the smell of roasting coffee and cinnamon buns. It's a comforting, familiar scene that does nothing to soothe the cold knot of dread in my stomach. Kizzy is already in our usual booth in the back, a steaming mug in front of her, and a thunderous expression on her face. Spill, I say, sliding into the seat across from her. What happened? Isabel Vance happened, she says, her voice low and furious. She called a private emergency meeting with the town council this morning, an informal budget review. Beck wasn't invited. What? On what grounds? Oh, the grounds are pure, unadulterated corporate nonsense. Kizzy spits, pushing a mug of coffee toward me. She came in her capacity as co-founder of Hawthorne and Vance. Said she was here to present a fiscally responsible alternative to protect the town's investment and, get this, the firm's professional reputation from an emotionally compromised project lead. Emotionally compromised. The words are a slap in the face, a direct, calculated attack on Beck, and by extension, on me, on us. She presented a new proposal. Kizzy continues, her fingers flying across her phone as she pulls up her notes. It's basically Beck's original glass box, but this time she came armed with an arsenal of intimidating spreadsheets and budget projections. She framed every single one of your community-focused ideas. The local artisan stalls, the giving tree, the performance pavilion, as sentimental budget drains. She made our beautiful collaborative design look like a child's finger painting next to a Rembrandt. My own anger, hot and righteous, begins to burn away the cold dread. That witch. She's good, Allie, Kizzy says, her expression grim. She's telling them what they want to hear, that they can have a world-class, headline-grabbing piece of architecture for a fraction of the cost of our craft fair. She's preying on their small-town insecurities. I don't even think. I'm on my feet, shrugging on my coat. Where is she now? Probably still at the town hall, charming the fiscal responsibility right off of Councilman Hemlock. I storm into the town hall, my boots echoing on the old linoleum floors. I find her exactly where Kizzy predicted, holding court with Hemlock and 2 other council members, a sleek tablet in her hand, pointing to a graph that I'm sure is full of misleading numbers. I hear you had a productive morning, I say, my voice sharp enough to cut glass. Isabel turns, her smile a cool, polished thing that doesn't reach her eyes. Alicia, just running some numbers for the council. It's a designer's duty to present all the viable options. Someone has to be the adult in the room, after all. Art is a wonderful passion, but it doesn't pay the heating bills for a community pavilion in December. This isn't about heating bills, and you know it, I say, my voice low and shaking with a fury I can barely contain. This is about you undermining a project because you didn't get your way personally. Her smile tightens. This is about protecting my firm's considerable investment and our international reputation from a distraction. Mistletoe Meadows deserves a world-class structure, Alicia, not a glorified homespun craft fair. The condescension is an attempt to shrink me, to shrink my entire world into something quaint and insignificant. But she's not just insulting my design. She's insulting my home, and the fierce, protective mama bear inside me, the one who has fought for 8 years to build a beautiful life here, roars to life. Before I can say something that will get me banned from the town hall for life, I turn and walk away, my heart pounding a furious rhythm against my ribs. I'm fuming, but I'm also deeply, terrifyingly worried. I know my town. I know these council members. And I know that a slick corporate presentation full of big numbers is a powerful weapon against a simple vision of community and heart. My phone rings in my hand. It's Mayor Henderson. I swipe to answer, my breath held tight in my chest. "Allie," he says wearily. "I'm so sorry." I tried to hold the line. I really did. "What happened, Bill?" I ask, already knowing the answer. "She came with spreadsheets, Allie. Projections, cost-benefit analyses, liability assessments. She made our design, the one with the soul, look like a financial fantasy. She scared them." He lets out a heavy sigh. "I'm not saying it's a done deal, but..." I close my eyes, the cold dread returning, stronger this time. The hopeful, colorful painting of the future I was just starting to sketch is being wiped away, replaced by the stark gray lines of a battle I'm about to lose. The mayor delivers the final devastating blow. The council is leaning. They're leaning heavily toward Isabel's proposal.
Chapter 22. Beckett. The hopeful, fragile structure Ali and I have been building for the last few days is a delicate thing. It's built on whispered confessions in the dark, shared smiles over pancake batter, and the tentative fusion of our two opposing styles on a piece of paper. I know with the certainty of an architect assessing a foundation that it cannot withstand a direct hit. And Isabel Vance has just arrived with a wrecking ball. Ali finds me in the library basement, our makeshift office. The moment I see her face, I know. The vibrant, hopeful color has been leached from her expression, leaving behind the pale, brittle look of a canvas that has been stretched too tight. The air around her is thick with the defeated anger that makes the back of my neck prickle. "She did it," Ali says, her voice flat, devoid of its usual musicality. She stands on the opposite side of the drafting table, the blueprints for our compromise design a battlefield between us. Isabel. She went behind our backs to the town council. A cold, sharp fury begins to build in my gut. It's a clean, structural anger unlike the messy, chaotic emotions I've been navigating for days. This, I understand. This is a betrayal. Ali lays it all out. The private meeting, the manipulated spreadsheets, the condescending dismissal of her ideas as sentimental budget drains. She tells me how Isabel framed me as emotionally compromised, a project lead who has been sidetracked by a local distraction. The fury inside me solidifies from a cold liquid into something hard and sharp. Isabel isn't just attacking our design, she's attacking Ali. She's trying to reduce her to a footnote, a quaint fiscal irresponsibility. She's trying to erase her. The brutal, stinging hypocrisy of it, after I've just learned of the 8 years I was erased from my own son's life, is a blinding, white-hot rage. "She's not going to win," I say, my voice coming out as a low growl. My decision is not a product of logical analysis. It is an instinct, a visceral, protective reflex. This is not going to happen. While Ali is still talking, her hands gesturing with a frustrated energy, I pull out my phone. My movements are sharp, efficient. My purpose is absolute. Her voice falters as she watches me dial. "What are you doing?" "Fixing this." I put the phone to my ear. "Mayor Henderson. It's Beckett Hawthorne. I'm calling an emergency meeting of the town council. Tonight. No, it cannot wait." The town hall meeting room feels like a courtroom. The air is ripe with tension and the low murmur of confused, resentful council members who have been dragged from their homes. Isabel is sitting at the main table, looking cool and supremely confident, a shark in her element. She gives me a small, triumphant smile that makes me want to rip the ridiculously expensive pen from her hand and snap it in two. Ali is here too, sitting a few chairs down from Isabel. She looks nervous, a storm of anxiety in her beautiful, expressive eyes. But she's here. She didn't run. She's meeting my gaze across the table, and in her eyes I detect a question. I hope to God I'm about to give her the right answer. I don't sit. I stand at the head of the table, my hands braced on the worn wood. I'm no longer a detached consultant. I am a man taking a stand. Thank you for coming on such short notice, I begin, my voice ringing with a cold, hard authority I haven't used since I left my boardroom. I look directly at Isabel. It has come to my attention that a competing proposal for the Christmas market was presented to you this morning without my knowledge or consent. Isabel's smile doesn't falter. As co-founder of the firm, I was simply ensuring the council had a clear picture of all the financial variables, Beckett. It's called due diligence. It's called sabotage, I say, my voice flat. I turn my attention to the council. I've reviewed the proposal Miss Vance presented, and I have to tell you, it is a betrayal. Not just of the collaborative process this town values, but a betrayal of the very spirit of the project. I pick up a copy of my original sleek design, the one Isabel is championing. This design is beautiful. It's efficient, and it is utterly, completely soulless. It's a monument to ego that ignores the single most important element of any structure, the people who will use it. To build this in the heart of Mistletoe Meadows would be an act of architectural violence. It would be a cage for your Christmas spirit. A gasp filters through the room. Isabel's face is a twisted mask of cold fury. I don't care. I'm just getting started. I turn my gaze to Allie and my voice softens, the anger replaced by a passion that feels more honest than anything I've said in years. Alicia Jones's vision for this market is not sentimental, I say, the word a poison on my tongue. It is essential. The warmth, the focus on community, the soul she wants to build into the very framework of the stalls. That's not a budget drain. That is the entire point. That is the structural integrity of Mistletoe Meadows. It's not something you can quantify on a spreadsheet, and if you try, you have fundamentally misunderstood the value of what you have here. I'm not just talking to the council anymore. I'm talking to her. I'm showing her, not telling her, where I stand. I see the shock in her eyes, the dawning of a fragile, disbelieving hope. It's all the fuel I need. The council members are looking at each other, confused and stunned into silence. I know I need to make my position absolute, to remove any possibility of a retreat. I take the stack of blueprints for my original, cold, perfect design, and in one sharp, satisfying motion, I rip the top page in half. Isabel makes a small, wounded sound. The council stares, their mouths agape. I let the two halves of the blueprint flutter onto the table. Let me be perfectly clear, I say, my voice ringing with an unwavering, terrifying, liberating conviction. I look from the stunned face of the mayor to the furious face of my business partner, but my final gaze lands and stays on Ali. That design is dead, and I will not be attaching my name or the name of my firm to any project in this town that does not have Alicia Jones as a co-designer.
Chapter 23. Alicia. The silence in the town hall meeting room is a physical entity. It's a ringing, echoing void left in the wake of Beck's ultimatum. My ears are buzzing. My entire body feels like a tuning fork that has just been struck. I won't be attaching my name to any project that doesn't have Alicia Jones as a co-designer. I watch as if in slow motion as Isabel Vance's face contorts from smug confidence into a mask of pure, glacial fury. She doesn't say a word. She simply stands, gathers her portfolio with a sharp, vicious snap, and storms out of the room, the sound of her heels on the linoleum like gunshots. The council members just stare, their mouths agape, looking from the empty doorway to the two torn halves of Beck's original blueprint lying on the table, like a casualty of war. Across the room, Kizzy gives me a slow, deliberate thumbs up, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and triumphant glee. But I can't process it. My mind is a chaotic swirl, replaying Beck's words, his actions. He didn't just defend my vision. He didn't just stand up for me. He took a torch to his own impeccable, award-winning design, went to war with his own business partner, and publicly and irrevocably tethered his entire professional reputation to mine. It's the grandest, most terrifying gesture I have ever witnessed. The carefully constructed fortress around my heart, the one I've spent 8 years reinforcing with anger and self-preservation, has just been hit by a seismic event. And the walls are not just cracked, they are crumbling. Later that night, my studio is a different world. The anger, the tension, the ghosts of our separate pasts, they're all gone. In their place is a quiet, humming intimacy, a shared sense of purpose that feels both brand new and anciently familiar. The only sounds are the soft scratch of our pencils on paper, the hiss of the old radiator, and the muffled, peaceful silence of snow falling outside the windows. We're working, together. We're bent over the large drafting table, the warm glow of a single lamp pooling around us, creating an intimate island in the surrounding darkness. A fresh pot of coffee brews in the corner, its rich scent mingling with the familiar smell of turpentine and pine. The dynamic is completely new. He'll sketch a structural solution for the performance pavilion, then slide the paper toward me. What do you think? Does that kill the vibe? And he'll actually listen, his gray eyes focused and serious, as I explain how we can soften the lines to make it more welcoming. I'll do a quick, chaotic charcoal sketch of the giving tree, and he'll look at it not with condescension, but with a genuine, thoughtful admiration. "I love that," he'll say, his voice a low rumble. The organic asymmetry is perfect. We are in sync, a perfect, terrifying, effortless harmony. It's so easy to be with him like this, to create with him, to build with him. I watch his hand as he works, the long, capable fingers that can design skyscrapers, now moving with a surprising delicacy to preserve a whimsical curve I drew. I remember these hands. I remember the feel of them on my skin, in my hair. The memory is a sudden, sharp pang of desire, so intense it makes my breath catch. A dangerous, traitorous warmth spreads through my veins. This feeling, this quiet collaboration, is infinitely more dangerous than our explosive passion on the floor. That was an exorcism of the past. This feels like sketching a blueprint for the future. "Beck," I say breathlessly, "I have to say it. Thank you for what you did today. In the meeting. You didn't have to do that." He stops sketching but doesn't look up. A small wry smile touches his lips. "Yes, I did," he says. From a purely objective standpoint, it was the only structurally sound decision. I laugh shakily. "It was a little more than that. You blew up your own design. You basically declared war on your partner." He finally lifts his head, and his gaze is so intense, so direct, it feels like a physical touch. "The old design was flawed," he says softly. "It was missing the most important component. And Isabel, she represents a life I'm in the process of deconstructing." He gestures with his pencil to the beautiful, chaotic mess of our combined sketches spread across the table. "This is what I want to build now." His eyes are on me, and I know with a certainty that both thrills and terrifies me, that he's not just talking about the market. My gaze drifts to a picture of Gabriel taped to the wall, his gap-toothed smile a beacon of pure joy. Everything we are doing, this fragile truce, this tentative partnership, it all comes back to him. "He's going to love the performance pavilion," I say quietly. "He'll probably try to set up his hot chocolate stand on the stage." Beck's expression softens. The intense architect replaced by something much more vulnerable. "I keep thinking about him," he admits, his voice low. "About everything. It's like I'm an architect who has been handed the final, completed building, but I have none of the blueprints for how it was made. I missed the foundation being poured. I missed the framing. I missed every single crucial step. He lets out a harsh breath. I don't know how to be a dad. I see the raw, genuine fear in his eyes. This powerful, competent man who commands boardrooms and bends steel to his will is completely, utterly terrified, and a wave of empathy so powerful it steals my breath washes over me. I remember my own staggering terror when the nurse first placed a tiny screaming Gabriel in my arms. In this one crucial area, I am the expert, and he is the novice. It is a profound, dizzying reversal of our dynamic. He must see the shift in my expression, the softening in my eyes, because he leans forward slightly. His next words a confession so intimate it feels like a kiss. I'm not going to lie, Ali. The thought of being a father, it terrifies me. He pauses and his gaze is so full of a raw, aching love, it feels like he's seeing into my soul. But the thought of not being his father. His voice breaks, the sound a crack in the foundation of the last wall around my heart. That's unbearable. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 24. Beckett. Domesticity is a foreign country with its own baffling set of customs and a language I don't speak. Today I'm an immigrant, and my 7-year-old son is the only one who seems to have a map. We're in my rental truck, a ridiculously oversized vehicle that is the only thing the single agency in Mistletoe Meadows had available, on our way to a place called Whispering Pines Tree Farm. Christmas music I haven't heard in 20 years is playing softly on the radio. Ali is in the passenger seat, a small, genuine smile playing on her lips as she looks out the window at the snow-covered landscape. And in the back seat, Gabriel is giving me a detailed lecture on the optimal structural properties of a Douglas fir versus a Fraser fir. The tensile strength of the branches is a key factor, Beck, he says, voice full of the same serious conviction I use to brief a client. You have to calculate the potential ornament load. A catastrophic branch failure could lead to significant gingerbread man casualties. I glance in the rearview mirror and meet his intense, slate-gray gaze. My gaze. A valid concern, I say, my voice completely serious. Structural failure is not festive. Ali turns to look at me, and the smile she gives me is different. It's not the guarded professional smile from our meetings, or the sad, wounded smile from our confessions. It's a warm, bright, unguarded thing, and the sight of it makes my breath steady and deepen, an unconscious calm that my logical mind can't place, but my body accepts as truth. This quiet, simple moment, driving in a truck with a woman and a boy, with the scent of her lavender perfume and the faint smell of old crayons filling the cab, feels more significant, more real than any groundbreaking ceremony I've ever attended. The tree farm is overflowing with wholesome, festive charm. The air is sharp and clean, thick with the smell of pine and wood smoke from a chimney in a rustic log cabin selling hot chocolate. Rows and rows of snow-dusted evergreen trees stand in silent, perfect formation. It's like walking into a Christmas card. It's the kind of place my cynical, city-dwelling self would have disdained. Today, it feels like the most beautiful place on earth. Gabriel takes his mission with the gravity of a lead engineer. He marches down the rows of trees, assessing each one. This one is too asymmetrical, he declares, waving a dismissive hand at a perfectly nice-looking fur. The ornament load would be unbalanced on the western face. And this one has a weak central leader, he says of another. Poor apical dominance. Ali catches my eye over his head, her own eyes sparkling with laughter. You two are nerds, she whispers, and the sound of her laugh, a warm, chaotic note in the quiet of the snow-covered field, cuts through all my analytical thoughts. It's the most beautiful sound in the world. The perfect tree isn't about specs, she calls out to Gabriel. It's the one that feels right. It has to have character. Character doesn't prevent a tinsel-induced structural collapse, Mom, he calls back, and I have to bite the inside of my cheek to keep from laughing out loud. While Gabriel is running ahead to analyze a promising-looking spruce, Ali and I fall into a comfortable silence, our boots crunching in the snow. I watch a single, perfect snowflake melt on one of her colorful locks, and I'm overwhelmed by an impulse I don't bother to fight. I reach out, my fingers brushing the stray pine needles from her hair. She freezes for a split second, her breath catching, but she doesn't pull away. She leans into my touch, just slightly, a silent concession that feels like a victory. He's happy, she murmurs softly. Her gaze is fixed on our son, who is now lying on his back in the snow to get a better look at the underside of a tree's branches. Are you? The question is out of my mouth before I can stop it. It's too direct, too personal. She's silent for a stretched moment. Then she turns her head and looks directly at me, her beautiful brown eyes full of a new, fragile warmth. Yes, she says, I am. Her simple one-word answer is more validating than any award, more satisfying than any completed project. It's a foundation, something I can build on. Back at Ali's studio, the chosen tree, a Fraser fir that met Gabriel's rigorous structural standards and Ali's more esoteric character requirements, stands in the corner, filling the entire space with its fresh, earthy scent. We spend the next hour decorating it, a chaotic, happy mess of tinsel, lights, and the handmade ornaments from her elementary school class. The final touch is the star, a beautiful, glittering thing that Gabriel holds with a reverent awe. He stands on his tiptoes, stretching as high as he can, but the top of the tree is still a foot beyond his reach. He looks from the tree to me, a silent, hopeful question in his eyes. My heart does a strange, powerful lurch. Without a word, I crouch down in front of him. Hop on. His face breaks into a magnificent, gap-toothed grin. He scrambles onto my back and I rise, lifting him effortlessly onto my shoulders. His small, solid weight is a startling, profound anchor. His little hands clutch my hair for balance, and I feel a surge of fierce, possessive love so powerful it almost knocks me off my feet. This is my son. My son is on my shoulders. I am his father. I look over and see Ali watching us. Her hand is pressed to her mouth, and her eyes are shining with tears that she doesn't try to hide. The image of her face, of the pure, unfiltered love radiating from her, is seared into my memory. This is what matters. This is everything. Gabriel carefully, proudly places the star on the top of the tree. It's a little crooked. It's perfect. I swing him back down to the floor and he lands with a soft thud. He's buzzing, his entire body vibrating with the triumph of a mission accomplished. He turns to me, his face beaming, his eyes glowing with a mixture of pride and a new, easy affection. The word just slips out, as natural and unthinking as a breath. We did it, Dad! The word wafts in the air, a beautiful, terrifying, world-altering sound. The cheerful buzz in the room evaporates. Gabriel's eyes go wide as he realizes what he's just said. A dark red blush creeps up his neck, and he suddenly becomes fascinated by a loose thread on the rug, his small body frozen with embarrassment. Dad. The word isn't just a word, it's a title, a designation, a seismic event. It hits me with the force of a tidal wave, stealing my very breath. I open my mouth to say something, anything, but no sound comes out. I can only stare at the top of my son's head as the new, beautiful, terrifying reality of that single, perfect word settles over us, shimmering in the warm, twinkling lights of our Christmas tree.
Chapter 25. Alicia. The word hangs in the air of my studio, shimmering in the warm, twinkling lights of our new Christmas tree. Dad. It's a sound I have never heard being called in this house so clearly. A word I had painted over, buried under 8 years of careful explanations and gentle deflections. Hearing it spoken so naturally, so innocently, from my son's lips, is like seeing a foundational color you thought was lost forever suddenly reappear on the palette. It is beautiful, and it is terrifying. It makes everything real in a way that steals the breath from my lungs. After a long, excruciating moment of stunned silence, I finally found my voice, scooping a mortified Gabriel into my arms and launching us into the familiar, safe rhythm of the bedtime routine. Teeth brushing, story time, tucking in. He was quiet, his cheeks still pink with embarrassment, and he fell asleep holding the napkin with "Our Design" sketched on it. Now I'm back in the main room. Beck is standing by the window, staring out at the falling snow, his broad shoulders a tense, rigid line. The happy, domestic bubble of our afternoon has burst, leaving behind a thick, awkward silence, charged with the weight of that one small word. I pour 2 mugs of chamomile tea, my hands not quite steady. I don't know what to say. I don't know what he's thinking. The whole, fragile structure of our new reality feels like it's just about to collapse. He turns as I approach, his gray eyes dark and unreadable. I hand him a mug, our fingers brushing. The jolt is still there, a familiar, dangerous current. "He didn't mean to," he says roughly. "I hope it didn't upset you." I let out a shaky breath that is almost a laugh. Upset me? No, it didn't upset me, Beck. I sink onto the sofa, the warm mug a welcome anchor in my sea of emotional chaos. I look at him, at this man who has systematically dismantled my entire life in the span of a few weeks. It scared the hell out of me. He sits in the armchair across from me, the space between us a carefully observed territory. Why? Because today was perfect, I whisper. The admission a raw, vulnerable thing. Cutting down the tree, the 3 of us, decorating it, it felt like a finished painting, a complete perfect picture of a family. And it terrified me. I looked down into my tea, at my own distorted reflection. Because I know how easy it is for a canvas to get ripped. I have spent 8 years meticulously patching up the hole you left behind. I built this life, this entire safe, colorful, happy world for Gabriel, out of spare parts and sheer, stubborn force of will. I finally lift my head and meet his intense gaze, letting him see all of it. The fear, the exhaustion, the terrifying hope I've been trying so hard to fight. And I am so scared of letting you into this picture, of letting myself believe it's real, only to have you walk away again and leave an even bigger, more impossible hole than before. I survived it once, Beck. I don't think I could survive it again. There. I've done it. I have taken my deepest, most guarded fear and handed it to him. It is the most terrifying act of trust I have ever committed. He can either protect it, or he can crush it. He doesn't speak for a long moment. He just watches me, his expression a storm of emotions. Then, he sets his mug down, gets up, and closes the distance between us. He doesn't sit. He crouches down in front of me, his hands resting on his knees, forcing me to look at him. His proximity is overwhelming, his sincerity a palpable force. "Look at me, Allie," he says, his voice low and urgent. "The boy who left here 8 years ago? He was a coward. You're right to be scared of him. He saw something so real and so powerful with you that it terrified him right to his bones, and he ran. He sent one letter, and when his pride was wounded by your silence, He used it as an excuse to keep running, to build walls, to become someone who was untouchable. His eyes are burning into mine, and I can't look away. I see the raw, gutting honesty in them. I see the profound, aching regret. "That boy is gone," he says, his voice thick with conviction. "I'm not that person anymore. I'm not running. I'm here." He reaches out, his hand gently covering mine where it rests on my knee. His touch is warm, steady, an anchor. "I blew up my life in the city," he continues, his thumb stroking the back of my hand. "I went to war with my partner, my firm, my entire goddamn career. I am deconstructing everything I ever built because it was all built on a flawed foundation. It was a monument to a misunderstanding." His gaze softens, the intensity replaced by a stunning raw vulnerability. "The only thing I want to build now is a life here. With you and with our son. I'm not going to hurt you again, Allie. I swear to you." I search his face, my artist's eye looking for any false line, any inauthentic brushstroke, but there is none. There is only the beautiful, terrifying, undeniable truth. And as I look at him, at this man who is laying his own broken, hopeful heart at my feet, I feel the last of my own carefully constructed walls, the final remnants of the fortress I built to keep myself safe, crumble into dust. The fear is still there, a faint ghosting shadow. But for the first time, the hope is bigger, brighter, more real. I believe him. My own words are not enough to convey the magnitude of this surrender. So I don't speak. I stand up, my hand still in his. I see the surprise, the cautious hope in his eyes as I gently pull him to his feet. I hold his gaze, letting him see everything: the fear, the hope, the desire, the complete terrifying surrender. I start walking, pulling him with me, leading him away from the main studio space and toward the short hallway that leads to my bedroom, to my life, to the heart of the world I built. My voice, when I finally speak, is a soft, steady whisper. It is a command. It is a plea. It is a promise. Stay. I stop and turn to face him, my hand tightening on his. This time, stay.
Chapter 26. Beckett. Her hand in mine is a fragile, terrifying anchor. Her words, "Stay," this time, "stay," are not just an invitation. They are an absolution, a rewriting of 8 years of history. I follow her down the short, narrow hallway from her studio into her life, into her bedroom. The room is nothing like the sterile, minimalist spaces I inhabit. It's a sanctuary of color and texture. A vibrant, hand-painted mural of a forest at dusk covers one wall. A mountain of colorful, mismatched pillows is piled on a bed with a beautiful, chaotic quilt. The air smells of lavender and old books, and underneath it all, the clean, intoxicating scent of her. It's the most beautiful room I have ever seen. She turns to me in the soft glow of a single lamp, her expression a canvas of raw, terrifying vulnerability. I deconstruct things for a living, but in this moment, all I want to do is build something safe and permanent around the hope I see in her eyes. I lift my hands, framing her face with a reverence I didn't know I possessed. "Ali," I whisper, my voice a raw, unsteady thing. And then my mouth is on hers. This kiss is not the desperate, angry collision from before. This is different. This is slow. It's tender. It's a question and an answer all at once. Her lips are so soft, yielding under mine as I deepen the kiss, our tongues tangling in a slow, exploratory dance of rediscovery. I kiss her like I'm memorizing her, the taste of her, the feel of her. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at vicsavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. I love you, Ali, I whisper into the darkness, the words as true and essential as my own name. I feel her hand cover mine where it rests on her stomach, her fingers lacing with mine. I love you too, she whispers back, her voice thick with sleep and love. I hold her, surrounded by her scent, her warmth, the gaping, structural flaw in my life finally, perfectly filled. And as I drift off to sleep, a single thought echoes in my mind, a truth I have waited a lifetime to find. I'm home.
Chapter 27. Alicia. The studio is alive. It's 2:00 in the morning on the eve of the final presentation, and the entire space is thrumming with a frantic, joyful, creative energy. Empty coffee cups and takeout containers are scattered like casualties of a successful campaign. Blueprints and charcoal sketches cover every available surface, a beautiful, chaotic map of our shared vision. And in the center of it all is Beck. We are a team, a true, seamlessly functioning unit. The last few days have been a blur of work and laughter, and a quiet, humming intimacy that has settled deep into my bones. The fortress around my heart, the one I'd guarded so fiercely, hasn't just been breached. I've handed him the keys and invited him to help me redecorate. He's hunched over the drafting table, the focused glow of the lamp highlighting the intense concentration on his face. He's working on a technical rendering of the Welcome Pavilion. Our pavilion. The one with my whimsical, structurally sound archway. And I am completely, utterly, devastatingly in love with him. Not just the ghost of the boy I once knew, but this man. The man who makes Gabriel's pancakes, who champions my vision, who looks at me with a raw, reverent awe that makes me feel like the most beautiful masterpiece in the world. This stall for the candle maker, he says, rumbling tiredly. He taps a finger on one of my sketches. You've given it a crooked chimney. You do realize that's a structural nightmare, right, Jones? The use of my last name, which once felt like a weapon, is now a warm, playful caress. It's not a nightmare. It's whimsical, I retort, leaning over his shoulder to look at the drawing. The clean, masculine scent of him, coffee and soap and that unique, essential scent of Beck, fills my senses. It has character. Unlike some people's original soulless glassbox designs, he lets out a low chuckle, the sound vibrating through my chest where I'm pressed against his back. Touché, Jones. Remind me to add a whimsy to structural integrity conversion ratio to my next project. This is us now. Easy, happy, and in sync. The hope I was so terrified of is no longer a fragile watercolor. It's a vibrant, living mural, and we are painting it together, our brushstrokes finally, perfectly aligned. My phone buzzes on the edge of the table, a shrill, unwelcome intrusion. It's a link from Kizzy, sent without comment. I tap it open, my brow furrowing. It's an article from ArchVision, one of the most prestigious architectural magazines in the world. The headline makes my blood run cold. Hawthorne's uncompromising vision, a modern masterpiece in the making in Mistletoe Meadows. My heart starts a low, anxious thrum. I read the first few paragraphs aloud, my voice shaky. The article is a glowing, effusive love letter to Beck's original design. It praises his bold rejection of sentimental nostalgia and his unflinching, powerful modernism. It paints him as a visionary, a genius, gracing a small town with his brilliance. And then comes the knife. What is it? Beck asks, seeing the look on my face. I read the final paragraph, my voice barely a whisper. Sources close to the project, however, report rumors of a last-minute design change due to intense local pressure. One hopes that Mr. Hawthorne will not allow his masterful, award-worthy vision to be compromised by what can only be described as a sentimental downgrade. The statement is dripping in poison, aimed with perfect, lethal precision. This has Isabel's fingerprints all over it. The timing, the language, the calculated cruelty. It's a public professional assassination attempt. She's not just attacking our design. She's trying to manipulate Beck, to remind him of the world he belongs to, the world where sentimental is a dirty word and compromise is a weakness, a world where I don't belong. I look up at him. I watch the happy, relaxed man from moments ago disappear. The confident lines of his face tightening into a familiar, shuttered mask. The brilliant architect is back, and he looks haunted. It's her, I say, my voice ripe with a white-hot protective rage. This is Isabel's doing. She leaked it. I know, he says, his own voice flat and cold. He pushes away from the table, pacing the small space, the old restless energy back in his frame. Don't let her get to you, I say, my voice pleading. It's a cheap shot, Beck. She's trying to get in your head. Our design is better. It has a soul. Does it? He asks, his back to me. He quotes the article, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. Or is it just a sentimental downgrade? The question is a cold tendril of fear wrapping around my heart. I can feel the weight of his other life, his empire of glass and steel, his international reputation, all pressing down on him. I see the choice he's being forced to make. Between the world that crowned him a king and the small-town art teacher who is asking him to build a home. For a terrifying, gut-wrenching moment, I'm afraid. I'm afraid the brilliant, ambitious man the world knows will win out over the tender, vulnerable man I'm just starting to. As he stands there, silhouetted against the dark, snow-filled window, his phone buzzes on the table. A text message. The sound is as loud as a gunshot in the tense silence. He walks back to the table and picks it up, his expression grim. He reads the screen and I see his jaw clench, a muscle working furiously. Without a word, he turns the phone and shows me the screen. The text is from a name I recognize from the masthead of the magazine, a powerful colleague, a kingmaker in his world. And the message is a perfect, devastating encapsulation of my deepest fear. Just saw the article. Tell me it's not true. Are you really throwing away an award-winning design for a small-town art project?
Chapter 28. Beckett. The words on my phone screen are a ghost from my past life, a life from a few weeks ago that already feels like it belonged to another man. Are you really throwing away an award-winning design for a small-town art project? The question, so casually texted by a colleague I once respected, is a perfectly engineered weapon. It's designed to trigger every insecurity I've ever had, every demon I thought I'd outrun. The desperate need to prove myself that drove me out of this town in the first place. The relentless ambition that built my career. The terror of being seen as anything less than the best. I feel the familiar cold pull of that world. A world of critics and awards and the ruthless zero-sum game of professional legacy. For a moment, the warm, chaotic studio around me fades, and I'm back in my glass tower in the city, the voices of my past echoing in my head. The voice of Isabel, of my professors, of every rival who ever dismissed me. They are all speaking the same language, the one I used to be fluent in. Uncompromising, visionary, legacy. The article, the text. They're a powerful current trying to pull me back out to a cold, deep, and familiar sea. And a part of me, a deeply ingrained, terrified part, is tempted to let it. Beck! Allie's voice is the lifeline. It's the anchor in the storm. I look up from the phone and see her watching me, her beautiful face a canvas of fear and fierce, unwavering support. She knows exactly what that text message represents. She knows it's my entire past trying to reclaim me. I walk over to the drafting table, the phone heavy in my hand. On one side, under the harsh glare of the desk lamp, are the renderings of my original design. They are technically perfect. The lines are clean. The concept is bold. Award-winning. On the other side of the table are our sketches. They are messy, covered in charcoal smudges and coffee rings. They're full of whimsical curves and impractical, crooked chimneys. They are a conversation. They are a compromise. And they are the only thing that feels real. It's an award-winning design, Ali, I hear myself say, my voice rough. The words taste like ash in my mouth. I'm giving voice to the ghosts, to the doubts. I'm throwing it away. She comes to stand beside me, close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from her, a steady, comforting heat against the cold fear coiling in my gut. She doesn't touch me. She just stands with me, a silent, solid partner. "No, you're not," she says, her voice soft but full of a conviction that shakes me to my core. "You're choosing something better." "That," she says, her slender finger pointing to my sleek, modern rendering, "is a beautiful building. I'll give you that. It's impressive. But it's a monologue. It's you, telling this town what it should be." Her hand moves, her fingers gently touching the smudged, chaotic surface of our collaborative sketch. "This," she says, her voice full of a passion that makes my heart ache, "is a conversation. It's a home. It's not a sentimental downgrade, Beck. Don't you dare let them make you believe that. It's an upgrade. Because it has heart. It has our heart in it." Her words are a lifeline. She's not just defending her own ideas. She's defending the man I'm trying to become. She's giving me a new blueprint, a new way to measure success. Not in awards or magazine articles, but in heart. "I made a new blueprint for the Giving Tree." The small, cheerful voice cuts through the heavy atmosphere. We both turn. Gabriel is standing in the doorway to the living area, his hair a wild mess from sleep, clutching a piece of paper in his small fist. He's supposed to be in bed, but he's here, a vibrant, chaotic, wonderful disruption, just like his mother. Oblivious to the high-stakes adult drama he's just walked into, he runs over and spreads his drawing on the floor. "See," he says, pointing with a crayon. "It has a slide for the presents to go down into Santa's bag." It's more efficient. I look from the glossy, perfect, empty rendering of my masterpiece on the table. I look at the fierce, passionate, incredible woman standing beside me, her eyes shining with a belief in me that I haven't even found in myself yet. And I look down at my son on the floor, happily coloring a blueprint for a magic tree with a bright red crayon. The choice, which had felt so monumental, so agonizingly complex just moments before, becomes devastatingly, beautifully simple. The voices of my past, the ghosts of my ambition, they don't just quiet down. They vanish. They have no power here. My old ambitions aren't just hollow, they're irrelevant. They are a black and white sketch in a world that is suddenly, finally bursting with color. I reach for my phone. I feel Ali's gaze on me, feel her hold her breath. She thinks I'm going to answer him, to defend myself, to surrender. I navigate to the browser, to the ArchVision article that is still open on my screen. With a single, decisive press of my thumb, I delete the bookmark. Then I go to my messages. I look at the text one last time, at the question that was supposed to pull me back to my old life, and I delete the entire conversation. I wipe the ghost from the machine. I put the phone down on the table, face down, the action as final and absolute as tearing a blueprint in half. I turn to Ali and the conflict, the doubt, the fear. It's all gone. In its place is a clarity so profound it's a physical relief. A slow, genuine smile spreads across my face. "You're right," I say, my voice steady and clear. "It does have heart." I reach over and pick up our messy, smudged, perfect design, holding it up between us. I look her in the eye, my partner, my co-designer, the flaw in my life's design that was never a flaw at all, but the entire goddamn point. Let's go show them what we built together.
Chapter 29. Alicia. The Mistletoe Meadows Town Hall has become the unwilling stage for every pivotal act of our tragic, chaotic, beautiful play. Tonight is the finale. The room is packed, a standing room only crowd of anxious, curious, and skeptical faces. The air is ripe with the scent of wet wool coats, stale coffee, and high-stakes tension. This isn't just a meeting, it's a showdown. Team Modern Marvel versus Team Homespun Heart. And I am terrified. My heart is a frenzied, trapped bird beating against my ribs. I smooth down the front of my dress, a deep emerald green, a color of hope and renewal, for the 10th time. It feels like armor, but it's doing a poor job of protecting the wild, fluttering panic underneath. Beck's hand finds mine under the table. His grip is warm, solid, and sure. He doesn't look at me, his gaze fixed on the front of the room, but he gives my fingers a firm, reassuring squeeze. The frantic bird in my chest settles. We are a team. We are in this together. I scan the front row and my gaze locks on her. Isabel Vance. She's the picture of cool, confident victory, dressed in a sharp cream-colored suit, a smug, knowing little smile playing on her lips. She thinks she's already won. She thinks the spreadsheets and the article and the whispers of sentimental downgrade have done their job. She thinks the man sitting next to me is about to fold. Mayor Henderson calls the meeting to order, his voice grave, and invites us to present our final design. Beck stands, and I stand with him, his hand still holding mine for a split second before he lets go. We walk to the podium together, a silent, united front. The slide projector hums to life, illuminating the screen with the title page of our presentation, The Mistletoe Meadows Christmas Market, a design for the heart of the community. Beck takes a deep breath and looks out at the packed room. He doesn't start with our design. He starts with an execution. Before we begin, he says, his voice calm and clear, ringing with an authority that commands the attention of every person in the room. I need to address the article that was published yesterday and the alternate proposal that was presented to this council by my business partner, Ms. Vance. He turns his head slightly, and his gaze lands on Isabel. The entire room holds its breath. That proposal, my original modern design, was a failure, he states, the words clean and precise. Not a failure of architecture, but a failure of understanding. A failure of the heart. A low murmur ripples through the crowd. I watch Isabel's smug smile falter, a tiny, almost imperceptible crack in her perfect, polished facade. Beck picks up the remote control. The image on the screen is a stunning rendering of his glass and steel masterpiece. It is undeniably beautiful. And completely, utterly wrong. He holds the town's gaze for a long, dramatic moment. Then he clicks the remote. The screen goes black. That design, he says, his voice final and absolute, is officially and permanently withdrawn. A collective gasp goes through the room. Isabel's face is a white mask of pure, unadulterated shock. My own heart feels like it's about to beat out of my chest. He did it. He actually, really did it. He clicks the remote again. The screen illuminates with a new image. It's one of my first soft charcoal sketches of the Welcome Pavilion, the one with the whimsical, structurally impossible archway. And then, another image appears beside it, his technical rendering, the one where he took my art and gave it a strong, elegant framework without sacrificing its soul. A building without a soul is just a box, he says, his voice now filled with a quiet, compelling passion I have never heard from him in public. It doesn't matter how beautiful or efficient the box is. I came to this town to design a box, a sleek, modern, award-worthy box that would impress my colleagues and critics. I came here to make a statement. He shakes his head, a look of profound, honest regret on his face. I was wrong. He starts clicking through the slides, and our shared vision comes to life on the screen. The winding lane of rustic stalls, the performance pavilion, the massive twinkling giving tree. It's all there. I was so focused on making my own statement that I forgot to listen to the story the town was already telling. He continues, his voice resonating with a deep, newfound humility. Luckily, I had a partner who was listening. Ms. Jones taught me that the most important structural component of Mistletoe Meadows isn't timber or steel. It's community. It's warmth. It's connection. Tears are burning my eyes, blurring the beautiful images on the screen. He's not just defending our work, he's celebrating it. He's celebrating me, in front of everyone, in front of the woman who tried to reduce me to a footnote. It is the most stunning, breathtaking, and beautiful vindication of my entire life. He clicks to the final slide, a magnificent composite rendering of the finished market at night. It's alive with light and color and people. Our two visions fused into a single, perfect, cohesive whole. The room is utterly, completely silent, captivated. He turns away from the screen. He doesn't look at the council. He doesn't look at the mayor. He turns and looks directly at me. In the charged, silent space of the Mistletoe Meadows Town Hall, the entire world, the entire town disappears. There is only him. His stormy gray eyes are shining with a raw, public declaration of something so much bigger, so much more important than a business proposal. My breath catches, a sharp, painful, hopeful little snag in my chest. His voice is clear and strong, a promise and a declaration meant for me as much as for the room. "This isn't just my design," he says. "It's ours." He extends a hand toward me, an invitation, a public claim, a final definitive choice. She's my partner.
Chapter 30. Beckett. The first sound is a single person clapping, then another, and then the entire town hall erupts in a wave of thunderous applause. The sound washes over me, a physical force, but it's all just background noise. The only thing I can see, the only thing I can feel is Allie. She takes my offered hand, her small, strong fingers lacing with mine. Her eyes are shining with unshed tears, her expression a beautiful, chaotic masterpiece of shock and relief, and a hope so powerful it makes my own heart ache. We are a team. In front of her town, in front of my past, we are a single, united entity. I see Isabel rise from her seat in the front row. Her face is a mask of cold, controlled fury. Our eyes meet for a split second. I see not a former lover or a business partner, but a stranger. We no longer speak the same language. She turns, her back ramrod straight, and walks out of the town hall without a single backward glance. And as the heavy oak doors swing shut behind her, I feel nothing but a profound, liberating relief. The final tie to the man I used to be has just been severed. The past is finally losing its power. Later, in the warm, chaotic sanctuary of Ali's studio, the three of us are sitting on the comfy, paint-splattered sofa. The adrenaline from the meeting has faded, leaving behind a quiet, humming anticipation that is 1,000 times more terrifying. This is the real presentation, the only one that truly matters. Gabriel is tucked between us, holding a mug of hot chocolate, his small body a warm, solid presence. Ali's hand finds mine on the cushion, her grip a silent offering of support. She takes a deep breath. "Gabe, sweetie," she begins, her voice soft and steady. "Beck and I have something really important we want to talk to you about." My heart is a frantic, wild thing in my chest. I've faced down billionaire clients and hostile review boards without breaking a sweat, but the thought of this conversation makes my palms slick. I have no blueprints for this, no training. "Gabrielle," I start, my own voice rougher than I intend. I clear my throat. A long, long time ago, before you were born, your mom and we knew each other. We cared about each other very much. I look from Ali's brave, encouraging face to my son's serious, thoughtful one. And what we need to tell you is that the reason we both have gray eyes, and the reason we both love to build things, is because I'm your father. The words hang in the air, heavy and fragile. I hold my breath, bracing for the fallout, for confusion, for anger, for the tears of a little boy whose entire world has just been fractured. Gabriel is silent for a long moment, his gaze shifting between my face and his mother's. He takes a slow, deliberate sip of his hot chocolate. Then he looks at me, his expression not one of shock, but of calm, quiet consideration. "I know," he says, his voice simple and direct. Ali and I both stare at him, stunned into silence. I must have misheard. You know? Ali asks, her voice a squeak. Gabriel nods, as if it's the most obvious thing in the world. Yeah. His eyes are gray like mine. He knows what cross-bracing is. And, he says, his gaze shifting to Ali, his expression softening. He looks at you the same way Mr. Henderson looks at his wife when she brings him cookies at the town meetings. He turns back to me. It was kind of obvious. I was just waiting for you guys to figure it out. The simple, profound, and terrifyingly perceptive logic of my 7-year-old son completely dismantles me. The tension, the fear, the years of complicated adult baggage, it all evaporates, replaced by a wave of pure, unadulterated awe. A watery laugh breaks from Ali's lips. Before I know what's happening, she's leaning across Gabriel and wrapping her arms around my neck, and I'm wrapping my own arms around both of them, pulling them in tight. Gabriel, caught in the middle, lets out a happy, surprised squawk. It's our first family hug. It's clumsy and messy and perfect. I bury my face in Ali's fragrant locks, my own eyes burning, and I am completely overwhelmed by the feeling of my son's small, warm body pressed between us. This is a structure built of love and forgiveness, and it is the strongest thing I have ever known. Much later, after Gabrielle is tucked into bed, I find Ali standing in the town square. They've switched on the main Christmas tree for the first time, and she's just standing there, her head tilted back, her face illuminated by the soft, multicolored glow of the twinkling lights. The snow is falling again, soft, silent flakes that catch in her hair like tiny, sparkling jewels. I walk up to stand beside her, the silence between us comfortable, profound. "I needed to say something," I begin, my voice low in the quiet of the square. Something I should have said 8 years ago. Not just about the letter. About me. She turns to look at me, her expression open and waiting. "I was a boy, Ali," I confess. The words a raw, honest truth I've never admitted to anyone, not even myself. A scared boy, barely a man, and what I felt with you that winter, it was so real, so powerful. It terrified me right to my bones. I was already looking for an exit before I even left. The letter? Not hearing back from you. It wasn't the cause. It was the excuse. It gave my pride an easy way out of a situation that scared the hell out of me. I reach out, my hand gently cupping her cheek, my thumb stroking her soft skin. I should have fought harder. I should have come back. I should have been the man you deserved then, for running, for being a coward. Ali, I am so sorry. She leans into my touch, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I look from her beautiful face to the magnificent, glowing tree, and then back again. The final, crucial piece of the new blueprint clicks into place. I spent the last 8 years building a perfect life, I say, my voice permeated with the force of this final, devastating truth. A perfect career, designing these flawless structures that won awards and got my picture in magazines. But it was all wrong, because the biggest flaw in my life's design, the one I could never fix, was the empty space shaped exactly like you. She doesn't speak. She just looks at me, and in her eyes, I see forgiveness. I see acceptance. I see home. She steps closer, her hands rising to frame my face. She rises up on her toes and her lips meet mine. The kiss is not the desperate, hungry thing it has been before. It's a soft, profound promise. It's a seal on a new contract. A welcome. When she pulls back, her eyes are glowing, her lips curved into a beautiful, watery smile. Welcome home, Beck.
Chapter 31. Alicia. The days leading up to Christmas unfold like a beautiful time-lapse painting. The blank, snow-covered canvas of the town square is gradually transformed, brushstroke by brushstroke, into the living, breathing reality of our design. The sounds of saws and hammers have become the new town carol, a song of progress and creation. Our life, too, is a work in progress, and the composition is more beautiful than anything I have ever dared to imagine. We fall into a comfortable, happy domestic routine that feels both brand new and as if we've been doing it forever. Mornings are a chaotic, happy blur of pancake breakfasts and finding Gabriel's missing mitten. Afternoons, I pick Gabriel up from school and we head to the construction site, our new ritual. We'll stand on the sidelines, sipping hot chocolate, and watch Beck. He's in his element, not as the slick, distant architect, but as a hands-on builder. His expensive pea coat has been replaced by a rugged work jacket. His hair is a mess, and he's usually covered in a fine layer of sawdust. He'll be directing a crane operator or conferring with a foreman, his voice a confident, easy rumble. And then he'll see us, and his entire face will change, the intense focus softening into a smile so full of love it makes my heart ache. He'll walk over, his boots crunching in the snow, and crouch down to answer Gabriel's barrage of technical questions about trusses and load-bearing walls. I'll just watch them, my two boys with their identical serious expressions and their shared language of design, and I am overwhelmed with a sense of peace so profound it feels like a dream I'm terrified to wake from. The final ghost of our past is laid to rest on a Tuesday, in the most mundane of places, the Mistletoe Meadows post office. I'm mailing a package of Gabriel's classroom ornaments to a sister school when I run into Mrs. Gable, my sweet 80-year-old former landlady. "Alicia, dear," she says, her eyes twinkling behind her thick glasses, "I was just thinking of you. You'll never guess the frightful thing I discovered." She leans closer, her voice a conspiratorial whisper. "I've been doing a massive clear-out of the old house. Well, I was in the front entryway closet, the one that always smelled of mothballs, and what do I find tucked behind a stack of old newspapers? A whole bundle of mail. From years and years ago. It must have gotten tossed in with the recycling pile by mistake. Can you imagine? All those poor letters never delivered. My heart doesn't pound. My breath doesn't catch. There is no dramatic, cinematic moment. There is only a quiet, stunning sense of finality. It wasn't a tragedy of pride or a failure of love. It was just a simple human mistake, a bundle of mail tossed in the wrong pile by a well-meaning but scatterbrained old woman. 8 years of pain, a lifetime of what-ifs, all explained by the mundane, simple truth. Later, I tell Beck. We're in my studio, he's helping me clean brushes, and I tell him the story. He doesn't say anything for a long time. He just stops, the rag still in his hand, and looks at me. And in his eyes, I see the same thing I feel. Not anger, not even sadness. Just a profound, quiet sense of closure. The last missing piece of our fractured history has just been gently clicked into place. The days blur into a cozy, festive dream. On the 23rd of December, we spend the evening engaged in a flurry of holiday prep. Beck, it turns out, is a gingerbread architect of surprising skill, and he and Gabriel are deep in concentration, constructing a magnificent multi-story gingerbread house with licorice buttresses and gumdrop retaining walls. We need to consider the structural integrity of the frosting mortar, Beck says, his tone as serious as if he were designing a skyscraper. And we need a secret escape hatch for the gingerbread man, Gabriel adds, equally serious. I watch them from the counter, where I'm decorating a tray of sugar cookies, my heart so full it feels like it might just spill over. The studio is warm and smells of gingerbread and melting sugar. Christmas carols are playing softly on the radio. My son and the love of my life are building a home out of cookies and frosting. This is it. This is the life I never even knew I was allowed to want. and it is more vibrant, more beautiful, more real than anything I could have ever hoped to paint. On Christmas Eve, after a day of last-minute wrapping and barely contained excitement from Gabriel, a new kind of energy settles over the studio. It's a quiet, happy exhaustion. Gabriel is finally starting to wind down, his eyelids drooping. Beck catches my eye over Gabriel's head, a slow, secret smile spreading across his face. It's a smile that's full of a nervous, happy excitement that piques my curiosity. "All right, you two," he says playfully. "I have one more gift for you. But you can't open it here." Gabriel's eyes fly open, all traces of sleepiness gone. "Is it a real crane?" he gasps, his voice full of awe. Beck laughs, a deep, warm sound that fills the entire room. Not exactly. But it's close. He winks at me. "Put your coats on." "You have to meet me at the construction site." My own heart gives a little flutter of excited anticipation. The construction site. Our project. The place where our future is literally being built from the ground up. I have no idea what he has planned, but as I help a bouncing Gabriel into his snowsuit, a beautiful, unshakable certainty settles over me. Whatever it is, it's going to be the start of our forever.
Chapter 32. Beckett. The construction site is silent. It's Christmas Eve, and the usual cacophony of saws and hammers has been replaced by a profound, peaceful quiet. A fresh blanket of snow covers everything, softening the hard edges of the lumber piles and the steel framework, transforming the half-finished market into something magical, something full of promise. I've spent the last hour weaving strings of simple, warm Christmas lights around the main pavilion, our pavilion, and their soft glow illuminates the falling snowflakes, turning them into a glittering, swirling curtain. This is the most important presentation of my life, and my hands are not steady. I pace the snow-dusted ground, my heart a frantic, wild drum against my ribs. In my coat pocket, the small velvet box is a heavy, terrifying weight. I've designed structures to withstand 100-year storms and seismic events, but the structural integrity I'm worried about right now is entirely my own. For the 100th time, I run through the blueprint in my head, the plan, the speech. Every variable has been accounted for, except the most important one, her answer. After a lifetime of prizing logic and control, I am willingly, terrifyingly surrendering my entire future to a single, illogical, beautiful variable. And then I see them. They walk toward me from the direction of the town square, their figures silhouetted against the distant glow of the main street decorations. Ali is holding Gabriel's hand, and the simple domestic sight of them, of my family, walking toward the future I've started to build, hits me with a wave of profound, bone-deep love. The frantic drumming in my chest doesn't slow, but it changes its rhythm. It's no longer the beat of anxiety. It's the beat of purpose. Whoa, Gabriel breathes as they get closer, his eyes wide with wonder as he takes in the softly lit structure. It looks like a fairy castle. Ali's gaze meets mine over his head, her own eyes shining with a beautiful, questioning warmth. "Beck, what is all this?" "It's a work in progress," I say, my voice rough with an emotion I don't try to hide. I reach for her hand, lacing my fingers with hers. "Just like us." I lead them to the very center of the site, to the spot where our giving tree will one day stand. I let go of Ali's hand and crouch down in the snow, bringing myself eye level with my son. My brilliant, beautiful, miraculous son. "I have something for you," I say, my voice not quite steady. I hold out a long, narrow box wrapped in simple brown paper. Gabriel takes it, his small, careful fingers tearing at the paper. He lifts the lid, and a soft gasp escapes his lips. Inside, nestled in soft leather, is a custom-made, child-sized architect's toolkit. Real tools with polished wooden handles and gleaming steel heads, his initials, GJH embossed in gold on the leather case. He looks up at me, his gray eyes shining with an awe that makes my own eyes burn. I have a lot of years to make up for, I tell him, my voice thick. And we have a lot to build together. A future. Definitely a new, structurally sound treehouse. A whole life I tapped the toolkit gently. I figured you need the right tools for the job. What do you say, designer? Are you my partner? He doesn't hesitate. He throws his small arms around my neck, hugging me tight. Partners, he whispers into my coat. The single, solid word, the first perfect footing poured for the foundation of my new life. After a moment, he pulls back, and I stand up, turning to face Ali. She's watching us, tears streaming silently down her beautiful face, her smile the most incredible thing I've ever seen. This is it, the final presentation. For 8 years, I built empty structures, Ali, I begin, my voice raw with the force of this final absolute truth. Beautiful, award-winning, hollow things. I thought I was building a legacy, but I was just building monuments to a misunderstanding. I'm done with that. I am done building things that don't have a heart. I take a deep, shaky breath, laying my entire deconstructed soul bare for her. I called my realtor this morning. My penthouse in the city is officially on the market. It's sold in 3 hours. Her eyes go wide, a small, shocked sound escaping her lips. I don't want to design skyscrapers anymore, Ali, I say, taking a step closer, my gaze locked with hers. I want to design a life. I want to build a home. With you, and with our son. Right here, in Mistletoe Meadows, if you'll have me. My heart is pounding, a wild, hopeful, terrifying rhythm. I reach into my pocket, my fingers closing around the small velvet box. And then I get down on one knee in the soft, forgiving snow. I open the box. Inside, a simple, elegant ring with a single, perfect diamond glitters in the warm glow of the Christmas lights. I designed it myself, the band twisted to look like 2 separate, entwined branches. A symbol of our 2 lives finally, permanently, joining together. My entire world narrows to her face, to the beautiful, shocked, tear-streaked canvas of her expression. Alicia Jones, I say, my voice shaking with the force of my love for her. You are the soul of every design, the heart of every one of my blueprints from now on. Will you marry me? Will you build a life with me? Her mouth opens, a sob and a laugh, all at once. But before she can make a sound, a small, joyous voice rings out in the quiet, snowy night. Gabriel, who has been watching with wide, awestruck eyes, lets out a whoop of pure, unadulterated triumph. Yes, he screams, his voice echoing through the unfinished pavilion. Say yes, Mom! Say yes so we can build the treehouse!
Chapter 33. Alicia. For a single frozen moment, the world is a perfect silent snow globe. Beck is kneeling in front of me, his handsome face etched with a raw, terrifying hope. A beautiful, impossible ring is glittering in a small velvet box. The air is saturated with the scent of pine and the weight of his question. And then my son, my beautiful, brilliant, chaos agent of a son, shatters the silence with a joyous, triumphant scream. Yes! Say yes, Mom. Say yes so we can build the treehouse. The spell is broken. A laugh, a huge, watery, hiccuping sound, bursts out of me. It's a sound full of 8 years of pain and a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. I launch myself off my feet, half falling, half kneeling into the snow in front of Beck, and throw my arms around his neck, pulling him into a messy, uncoordinated hug. Gabriel barrels into us a second later, wrapping his small arms around both of our necks, and the 3 of us are just a tangled, laughing, crying heap in the beautifully lit construction site. Yes, I say in a choked whisper against Beck's ear. I pull back to look him in the eye, my hands framing his face, tears streaming down my cold cheeks. 1,000 times. Yes. Of course, yes. A magnificent, brilliant smile breaks across his face, a smile of such profound relief and happiness that it steals the air from my lungs. He takes my left hand, his own hands trembling slightly, and slides the ring onto my finger. It's a perfect fit. A cool, solid weight. A promise. The design is 2 bands of white gold, twisted together like the branches of a tree, holding a single perfect diamond that glitters like a captured star. It's the most beautiful thing I've seen. He stands, pulling me up with him, and his mouth finds mine. He kisses me, a deep, celebratory, life-affirming kiss full of love and relief and the taste of my happy tears. I can hear Gabriel cheering in the background, a perfect, chaotic soundtrack to the first moment of the rest of our lives. Our first stop is Kizzy's. We practically vibrate with a giddy energy the entire walk to her house. Gabriel, despite the late hour, is bouncing off the walls, already making a list of the structural requirements for his future treehouse. Kizzy opens the door, a scowl on her face. "Do you know what time it is?" I was in the middle of a very important expose on the town's corrupt squirrel syndicate. Then her eyes land on my left hand, which Beck is holding firmly in his. Her jaw drops. A slow, dangerous, joyous grin spreads across her face. "Oh my God," she shrieks, her voice a sonic boom of pure delight. She yanks me into a hug so tight I can't breathe. It's about damn time. I've already got the headline written. Hometown hero finally designs a future worth living in. I am going to be the best, most invasive, most over-the-top maid of honor in the history of Mistletoe Meadows. I'm thinking a bachelorette party in Vegas. I'm thinking a bottle of champagne in my studio. I laugh, hugging her back. Beck just watches us, a warm, amused smile on his face. Kizzy finally releases me and turns to him, her expression turning serious. "You break her heart again, Hawthorne," she says, poking a finger into his solid chest. "And I will use my journalistic integrity to systematically destroy every aspect of your life. Got it?" "Got it," he says, his smile widening. He wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me into his side. I don't plan on ever letting her go. Later, after a celebratory call to a tearful and delighted Mayor Henderson, and after Gabriel has finally, reluctantly, succumbed to sleep in his bed, Beck and I are curled up on the sofa in my studio. The Christmas tree we decorated together twinkles in the corner, its lights casting a warm, magical glow over the room. Beck has a large sketchbook open on his lap, a pencil flying across the page. Of course he does. "Okay," he says, his voice a low, excited rumble. "So, for our house, I was thinking a big, open-concept living space right here, with a massive stone fireplace as the central anchor." He shows me the sketch. It's a beautiful, sweeping design. "And windows," I say, my voice soft as I trace the lines of his drawing. Floor-to-ceiling windows on the back wall, looking out over the creek. "I need light, Beck. Lots of light." "All the light in the world," he says, his voice full of a sincerity that makes my heart swell. He flips to a new page. "And for your studio." His expression becomes reverent, his focus absolute. "I was thinking a separate wing, connected by a glass breezeway. North-facing skylights, ceilings high enough for your biggest canvases, a small loft for storage, and its own separate entrance so you don't have to track paint through the main house." I stare at him, completely overwhelmed. He has designed a space for my art, for my soul, with more care and thought than he put into his award-winning skyscrapers. "And an office for you," I managed to say, my voice thick. "With soundproof walls, so you can take your important, world-changing architect calls without being interrupted by finger-painting disasters." He looks up from his sketchbook, his gray eyes soft and full of a deep, abiding love. "I think I'd prefer the finger-painting disasters," he says quietly. I watch him, my brilliant, thoughtful, beautiful partner, as he sketches the blueprint of our future. A future he is designing around me, around our son, around our happiness. The last, stubborn, terrified corner of my heart finally, completely lets go. This is real. This is forever. This is all happening so fast, I whisper, the thought both exhilarating and terrifying. 8 years is not fast, Allie, he says, his gaze intense. He puts the sketchbook aside and takes my hand. I've waited long enough. I'd marry you tomorrow in the town hall if I could. An idea, a perfect full circle, beautiful idea, sparks in my mind. What about next year? I ask, a slow smile spreading across my face. Next year when? On Christmas Eve, I say, my heart soaring with the perfect poetic rightness of it all. At the grand opening of the market. Our market. We could get married right in the midst of the welcome pavilion. A slow, brilliant smile spreads across Beck's face. He leans in, his hand coming up to cut my cheek. A date, he whispers against my lips. It's the perfect design. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 34. Beckett. It's 1 year later, and I am standing in the heart of a miracle. Our miracle, the Mistletoe Meadows. Christmas market is alive all around me, a symphony of joy and light on its grand opening night. It's Christmas Eve. The air is crisp and cold, thick with the aroma of roasted pine nuts from a vendor in a stall we designed, the sweet, spicy aroma of hot cider, and the sound of carolers singing softly near the giving tree. I'm standing at a simple wooden altar, set up in the center of our welcome pavilion, the one with Allie's whimsical archway soaring above, its beams woven with evergreen boughs and twinkling white lights. This space, this entire market, is the physical manifestation of our second chance, and my heart is pounding a wild, unsteady rhythm against my ribs. My usual confidence, the professional armor I've worn for a decade, is gone. I am not an architect. I am not a designer. I am just a man, waiting for his life to truly begin. And I am a mess of nerves and pure, unadulterated joy. Then, a small hand slips into mine. I look down to the serious slate-gray eyes of my son. Our son, Gabriel, now a proud 8-year-old, is our ring-bearer. He looks impossibly handsome in a tiny, perfect suit, a miniature version of my own, his locks tied back neatly. He sees the tremor in my hand and gives my fingers a firm, reassuring squeeze. "Don't worry, Dad," he whispers, his voice filled with the same solemn conviction he uses to discuss blueprints. Kizzy said the bride is secured and on her way. No structural failures reported. A laugh, a sound full of pure, grateful love, bursts out of me. "Thanks for the intel, partner." I needed that. He beams up at me, then takes his place beside the mayor, who is officiating, looking impossibly proud. Then the music swells. A single beautiful violin note cuts through the happy buzz of the crowd. Every person in the pavilion turns. The world goes silent. And I see her. She appears at the far end of the aisle, a path lined with glowing paper lanterns that cast a warm, golden light on the snow. It's Ali, my partner, my life. She is a vision, a goddess in winter white. Her dress is simple and elegant, flowing around her as she moves. But it's her crown of locks that steals the breath from my lungs. She's woven them with dozens of tiny, sparkling fairy lights, and she looks like a celestial queen, a being of pure light and color and warmth, walking through the heart of the world we built together. My carefully constructed composure shatters into a million pieces. My vision blurs. The analytical architect is completely, utterly dismantled by the sheer, overwhelming force of my love for this woman. As she walks toward me, her smile just for me, I see everything. The heartbroken girl I left behind, the fierce mother she became, the brilliant, passionate partner who saved me from my own empty life, and the beautiful, magnificent woman who is, impossibly, choosing to be my wife. When she reaches the altar, she slips her hand into mine. Her skin is warm, her grip is sure. It's a perfect fit. It's home. We say our vows, our voices the only sound in the reverent quiet. I look into her eyes and I speak the truth that has become the new foundation of my entire world. Ali, I say, my voice permeated with an emotion I don't try to hide. I used to think a legacy was built from steel and glass. I thought strength was about sharp angles and uncompromising vision. You taught me that true strength is in warmth, in flexibility, in heart. My life was a blueprint with a fundamental flaw, a huge, empty space in the center that I could never solve for. It was you, Ali. It was always you. You are the heart of my every design, the soul of every structure. I promise to be the home you and Gabriel deserve, a home built on a foundation of unwavering love, absolute honesty, and a lifetime of pancake breakfasts. Tears are streaming down her face as she gives my hand a squeeze. Her voice, when she speaks her own vows, is a beautiful, clear melody. Beckett, she says, her eyes shining with a love that heals every broken piece of me. My life was a canvas full of bright, happy colors. I thought it was a finished piece. But I was wrong. You, and the love you've brought back into my life, you are the color I never knew I was missing. The one that makes the entire painting make sense. The one that makes it a masterpiece. She smiles through her tears. I promise to be your partner, your co-designer, in this beautiful, chaotic masterpiece we are building together. Forever. Gabriel proudly presents the rings. As I slide the simple gold band onto her finger, I am a man who has finally, after a lifetime of searching, found his true north. I now pronounce you husband and wife, the mayor declares, his voice booming with joy. I cup her face in my hands, my wife, and I kiss her with all the pent-up love and profound gratitude of a man who has been given a second chance at everything that truly matters. The crowd erupts in a roar of cheers and applause, but it's all a distant happy noise. There is only Ali, her lips on mine, the promise of forever a tangible, beautiful thing between us. Later that night, the door to our new home clicks shut behind us, closing out the sounds of the cheering town and the softly falling snow, leaving us in our own private, perfect world. The house is quiet, filled with the scent of fresh paint and new beginnings. Gabriel is having the sleepover of a lifetime with his Aunt Kizzy, and we are finally, blessedly, alone. I've lit dozens of candles, their flickering flames casting a warm, golden glow across the master bedroom. Ali stands in the room, her wedding dress a luminous white against her beautiful brown skin, the tiny, sparkling light still tangled in her locks. She's the most magnificent thing I have ever beheld. My wife, I say, the words becoming a raw, reverent whisper. The sound of it, the reality of it, is a seismic event in my own soul. My husband, she whispers back, a slow, sensual smile spreading across her lips. I close the distance between us. I want you, I say, my voice thick with an emotion so powerful it's a physical ache in my chest. Over and over, for the rest of our lives. Nothing is ever going to change that. Good, she breathes, her hands coming up to frame my face. Because I want you too, Beckett. Forever. I hate to burst your bubble when things are just getting started, but this platform won't allow us to air the steamy content coming up in this chapter. If you want us to keep bringing you free audiobooks, we have to abide by their rules. Luckily for you, the unabridged version of every Vic Savon audiobook is available at vicsavonromance.com. And with promo code VIXA40, you can get 40% off any digital product. A slow, brilliant, teary smile spreads across her face. It's perfect, she whispers. Gabriel will be the most wonderful big brother. Well then, I say, a naughty grin of my own spreading across my face as I feel myself growing hard again inside her. I guess we'll just have to work a little harder. She giggles, a pure happy sound. I roll us over again, scooping her up into my arms. She holds on tight as I carry her from the bedroom into our massive spa-like bathroom. Where are we going? She asks, her voice full of laughter. Phase 2 of the baby-making project, I say, stepping into the huge, sunken jacuzzi tub. I turn on the jets, and the warm water begins to bubble around us. I designed this with multi-purpose functionality in mind. I kiss her, a deep, promising kiss, as the warm water swirls around us. We are laughing, and we are promising our forevers over and over again in the heart of the home we built together.
Chapter 35. Alicia. On this day, I am living inside a masterpiece. It's Christmas Day, and the Mistletoe Meadows Christmas Market is throwing its doors open to the world for the first time. And the world, it seems, has shown up. The welcome pavilion, our pavilion, is bustling with happy, laughing crowds. The air thick with the delicious scents of hot pretzels, mulled wine, and fresh-cut pine. A local bluegrass band is playing a cheerful, twangy rendition of Jingle Bells on the performance stage, their music a joyful, chaotic soundtrack to the scene. I walk through the winding lane of rustic, charming artisan stalls, my hand tucked securely in my husband's. My husband. The word is still a brand new, brilliant color on my palette, one I don't think I'll ever get tired of painting with. It's even better than the renderings, Beck says, his voice a low, awestruck rumble in my ear. He's not the slick city architect today, or even the rugged builder. He's my husband, my partner, dressed in a soft, dark green sweater that brings out the warmth in his eyes, and his face is full of a quiet, profound pride. That's because the renderings didn't have this, I say, gesturing to the joyful chaos all around us. The laughing children trying to skate on the small, temporary rink in the middle of the square. Old Man Hemlock, a notorious grump, actually smiling as he buys a jar of local honey. The way the late afternoon sun filters through the high windows of the pavilion, illuminating the dust motes and the steam rising from 100 mugs of hot chocolate. They didn't have the soul. No, he agrees. His gaze meeting mine, full of a love so deep and steady, it's the foundation of my entire world. That's your department. Gabriel, a proud and impossibly grown-up 8-year-old, runs ahead of us, his new winter coat a flash of bright blue. He stops dead in front of the candlemaker's stall, his hands on his hips. "Dad, look," he yells, his voice full of the pride of a lead designer. "They built the crooked chimney." "It's perfect," Beck laughs. A deep, easy sound that makes my heart soar. He swings Gabriel up onto his shoulders, and my 2 boys, the men who form the entire structural framework of my world, continue their tour of the market. People wave as we pass, no longer with the suspicion and skepticism that first greeted Beck, but with a genuine warmth and gratitude. He is not the boy who left anymore. He is the man who came home. Well, if it isn't my favorite power couple. Kizzy appears at my side, a triumphant, beaming grin on her face. She shoves her phone in my hand. Hot off the presses. I look at the screen. It's her blog, and the new headline is splashed across the top in a bold, festive font. I read it aloud, my voice thick with emotion. Hometown hero. How Beckett Hawthorne helped mistletoe. Meadows find its heart. I look up at Beck, who was looking over my shoulder at the screen. A dark, embarrassed flush creeps up his neck, but the pleased, happy crinkle around his eyes gives him away. He is finally, truly home. As dusk begins to settle, painting the sky in soft shades of purple and pink, Mayor Henderson takes the stage. Welcome everyone to the first annual Mistletoe Meadows Christmas Market. He booms, his voice full of happy tears. He gives a short, heartfelt speech about community, about second chances, about the beauty of what can be built when a town comes together. And now, he finishes, his voice ringing with pride. To do the honors of lighting our magnificent giving tree, please welcome the heart and soul of this entire project, our very own co-designers, Alicia, Beckett, and Gabriel Hawthorne. The applause is a warm, welcoming wave. Beck, with Gabriel still perched on his shoulders, takes my hand, and the three of us walk toward the massive, dark evergreen that stands in the very center of the market we built. It's my whimsical, heartfelt idea, the centerpiece of our design, and its branches are already piled high with donated gifts for local families in need. It is the symbol of everything this town is, everything we fought for. We stand before a large, ceremonial switch. The entire town is watching, a hushed, happy anticipation settling over the square. The world narrows to this single perfect moment. Ready, partner? Beck whispers, his breath warm against my ear. More than ready, I whisper back. Can I push the button? Gabriel asks, his voice a loud, excited whisper from his perch. We all do it together, Beck says, his voice full of a love so profound it feels like a physical presence. He places his large, strong hand over the switch. I place my hand over his. And then Gabriel's small, perfect hand comes down to rest on top of us both. A family, a team, a complete, perfect composition. Together we push the switch, and the tree explodes with a warm, brilliant, multicolored light, illuminating the entire square, the falling snow, and the awestruck, joyful faces of our friends and neighbors. In that one, breathtaking, perfect moment, I look at the two boys beside me, my husband and my son, their faces glowing in the warm, magical light of the world we dreamed of. The world we fought for. The world we built. The past is a finished painting, its colors finally healed and settled. The present is a perfect, vibrant, living masterpiece. And the future is a beautiful blank canvas, waiting for us to paint it, together. This is my happily ever after, beautifully and lovingly designed. Epilogue, Alicia. 5 years later. It's Christmas Eve, and I am standing in the heart of a finished masterpiece, my own. The light in my new gallery is perfect. It's a soft, golden, late-afternoon glow that filters through the massive north-facing windows my husband designed for me, illuminating the vibrant colors of my latest collection. My hand rests on the gentle, prominent curve of my belly, where our daughter is currently practicing what feels like a kickboxing routine. I'm humming a soft, on-key version of O Holy Night, a quiet hymn of pure, unadulterated contentment. Outside the gallery's glass doors, the Mistletoe Meadows Christmas Market is alive with joyful, bustling energy. The market is an established, beloved tradition now, a beacon of warmth and community that draws people from all over the state. It is the living, breathing, thriving proof of our love story. The bell over the gallery door jingles, and my two boys walk in, their cheeks flushed pink from the cold. a flurry of snowflakes melting in their hair. My heart does a familiar, powerful lurch of love so profound it's a physical sensation. Gabriel, at 12, is a perfect, stunning fusion of us both. He has Beck's height and his serious, analytical gaze, but he has my smile and the wild, creative spark in his eyes. He's carrying a large portfolio case with the same careful reverence Beck reserves for his own blueprints. "Hey, Mom," he says, his voice the newly deep, slightly awkward melody of a boy on the cusp of becoming a man. Dad's done with his call. We're ready to go skating. Beck follows him in, fresh from his office in the beautifully restored post office building on the square. His firm, hawthorn design is thriving, though he only designs places with heart now. Libraries, community centers, parks. He'd just finished a call when we met him, politely turning down another ridiculously lucrative offer to build a skyscraper in London. "I'm already building my legacy," he told me with a wink, his eyes drifting to me and Gabriel, and I knew he meant us. His gaze finds mine across the room, and he smiles. It's the smile that is reserved only for me and for our children, and it still has the power to make my knees go weak. "I need to consult with the lead artist on one final detail first," he says. He walks toward me, his steps as sure and confident as they were the first day I saw him back in the town hall, but all the coldness, the hard edges, are gone. He is all warmth, all love. He is my home. Gabriel, meanwhile, has already claimed his father's attention. He lays his portfolio on a wide gallery desk and unzips it, revealing his latest design. I watch Beck's face as he looks at it. I see his professional, analytical gaze sharpen, followed by a wave of pure paternal pride so strong it's almost visible. The drawing is an incredibly detailed, technically brilliant architectural sketch of a fantasy castle. I can see the perfect lines, the breathtaking understanding of scale and structure that he gets from his dad. The cantilever on the main turret is ambitious, Beck says, his voice thick with an awe he doesn't try to hide. But the use of the flying buttresses to support the dragon's landing pad is a brilliant solution. "Thanks," Gabriel says, a pleased blush creeping up his neck. Then he points to another section of the drawing, and my own heart swells with joy. And this part is the most important. The stained glass window is made of melted gumdrops, the moat is filled with rainbow-colored soda, and the drawbridge is designed for emergency cookie transport. Beck looks up from the drawing, and his eyes meet mine over our son's head. His smile is full of a shared, perfect understanding. In our boy, our two worlds, our two souls, the logical and the whimsical, have fused into a single beautiful, chaotic masterpiece. Later, we're on the ice rink in the center of the market. The sun has set, and the entire square is glowing, a fairyland of twinkling lights and happy, festive energy. I'm on a bench at the edge of the rink, too pregnant to risk a triple axel, a warm mug of hot chocolate cradled in my hands as I watch my family. My husband and my son are skating, their laughter echoing in the crisp winter air. Beck, who I never would have pegged as a graceful skater, moves with a surprising, easy confidence, his hand holding Gabriel's as they glide across the ice. They are a perfect picture of father and son contentment. Beck skates over to the edge of the rink, his cheeks flushed, his eyes shining with a love that is still, after all these years, the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. "How are my girls doing?" he asks, his voice a low, intimate rumble meant only for me. He leans over the barrier, his free hand coming up to gently cup my cheek. "We're perfect," I whisper, leaning into his touch. "Just watching our boys." He kisses me, a deep, loving, and profoundly peaceful kiss that tastes of cold air and promises fulfilled. Gabriel glides up beside him, a wide, happy grin on his face. Beck pulls back from our kiss, but doesn't move his hand from my face. His other hand comes to rest on Gabriel's shoulder, and there we are, A perfect, complete composition. My husband, my son, our daughter, safe and warm under my heart. I look at their faces, my two beautiful boys, glowing in the warm, magical light of the world we built together. The past is a finished, treasured piece of art. The present is a perfect, vibrant, living masterpiece. And the future is a beautiful blank canvas, waiting for us to paint it together. This is my happily ever after, beautifully and lovingly designed.